Hey there, travelers. My name's Kai. Welcome to Proudly Radical. And hey there, Taco. I think it's Treason's Greetings. I think that's the most like secular way to wish somebody a happy impeachment season. Yeah, I think it's Treason's Greetings, but that's just me. How's everybody doing? Wednesdays are my I'm always running behind day. I'm just because Tuesday is the late show, one of the late shows and shit like that. It's just Wednesday, I'm always fucking up against it. Hey, Harvey. And so, yeah, I was literally, thank you, Pictional. I was literally shoveling food in my face. Like, I still have some, by the way. I still have some miso soup here. But got the rest of it in me. Got the majority of it in me. Yes, it is impeachment season again. And hey there, Jenny. Chud's been on one in the other streams as is expected. Hey, well, you know, I'm hoping. Like, by the way, community contributions are welcome. We are crowdsourcing all of the stream titles. They're all written by community members at this point. The current stream title is Xi Jinping promises support to fellow Maoist Donald Trump in next Capitol raid. We're just baiting out idiots at this point. That's what we're doing with the stream titles. It is intentional. It is purposeful. And so feel free to contribute if you've got a clever one or a funny one or an amusing one or a particularly, you know, pokey hot take one. Send it on over. I'll add it to the growing list. But yeah. So what were they doing on other people's streams, RV? It's always funny when I catch the same shows on different streams. Yeah, Mitre was telling Tina and myself that there is a flow between our two channels. That as soon as she bans somebody, they come over here. Like, they fuck with her first. Like, apparently the whole female on internet thing is a greater bait for them. So they go and fuck with Tina first. And when she finally bans their ass, Mitre said, I can literally watch them. They get a ban, and they're immediately chatting on your channel. So, yeah, it is interesting watching the flow of trolls and chuds between channels and streamers, for sure. What everybody get up to today? Yeah, refresh some of this. So, wow. So the Parler stuff is kicking off. The data aggregation is moving forward. People are mapping. People are making searchable. It is slowly but surely getting there. I mean, not even slowly. It's happening at a decent clip. But I do have a heat map at present. The mapping system is down. Hey, Curio, Salvador Dolly Parton. Nice. This is 68,000 videos from Parler. Unfortunately, the mapping service that provides this is down at the moment. They got flooded. So normally I'd be able to zoom in on this for you, and you can iterate out the individual video upload tag. So you can pull an ID tag off of this. 21. It's still literally the stream is just brand new, right? So, fucking, we'll get that. We'll pump those numbers up. But yeah, clogging up the servers. Yeah, this is the zoomed out heat map. Normally, let's see, hang on. I have the link for the mapping service. Let's see if they're back up. Cool, we're up. All right. So let's. RV calling the summer protesters traitors and calling the Trump Coosters patriots. Basically, typical brainworms. Taco's still sweating at work, but at least I can tweet about it. Am I right? Fuck yeah. Is this the map of white dots in America? Yes, this is the map of currently aggregated SJ. This is the map of aggregated Parler videos. So basically, anybody with who uploaded a video to Parler that didn't do any of their own OPSEC still had geo ID tags on it. And so it's a nice little cluster here. And so not just from the Capitol riot, from all of Parler, SJ. This is the part of the 80 terabyte dump. Yes, these are Parler content creators. Oh yeah. Brah, it's a reference to the old podcasting days. A Rick is somebody who argues without content, who sits in chat and just says, no, wrong, you're bullshit, argues in bad faith, and has like Fox News racist leanings. But it's sort of an in-joke for the community from back in the podcast days. So basically for every video exists a dot. Oof. There we go. And then what you can do is you can parse it. Let me get the GitHub link for that. See if you're on there. Yes. Is Maptive back up yet? Okay, they are back up. Because I know Maptive was, that one was down due to overuse. Good to see it's back up though, Cassidy. But every one of those ID tags is actually directly attributable to a video file that is able to be pulled up. Because all the video has been archived. Here is the link to this map, and Cassidy has that map. I don't know. I can't tell you, Rye, what the actual scope values for these are, to be perfectly honest. They will, I mean, October, this might be all of them, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, I'm seeing them go back to at least middle of last year and seeing a few. These seem to be all of them, Rye. Yes. This is video. Yeah, that's a video map. Jenny, I didn't bother checking it. I just assume all my neighbors were on Parler and live accordingly. Lovely. Yes, exactly, Angie. That is just video content. That is not posts. That's not like pictures or text. That is just video uploads. Different groups are working on different aggregation and parsing of the data as a whole. So there's a group that's working on searchable texts, like text posts. So we'll be able to parse through all of the text posts. There's groups that are working on categorizing the images. And that is a heat map of the video uploads that weren't stripped of geoloc information. Is it possible left-leaning people could have posted on Parler? Sure. 100% possible. I mean, I know there was a contingent of us over there. I wasn't posting, but I mean, we were watching. There was a lot in Portland. Well, Portland, the Pacific Northwest has a healthy tradition of racism. Kaiser, you know that. So that's not surprising. Yeah, SJ had a Parler account. I mean, many of us had Parler accounts, just to keep an eye on it. But yeah, the data aggregation has begun. One of the best shades some of the best shade I've seen thrown was by the founder of Pirate Bay. He was throwing shade just from the fact that, they tried to get their domain registered with his company. And he said, we don't host white supremacists. Like, that's not a thing we're going to do. We're about freedom of speech, but fuck them. But he said, the Pirate Bay, the most censored website in the world, started by kids, run by people with problems with alcohol, drugs, and money, is still up after 2 decades. Parler and Gab have all the money around, but no skills and mindset. Embarrassing. He even he gave an interview about how the enemies of Pirate Bay not only included the U.S. government, but the European Union and the Russian Federation, and we still managed to keep our websites up. So he was, I just enjoy the shade he was throwing from a tech point of view. That, like, God damn, you people suck at this. Brah, just keep your head down. Don't, now is not the time to be standing in your front yard with a fuck Trump sign if you're in some of these hot red areas. That's all. Just a little operational security for yourself. Be aware. Hey, cool boy. Yeah, it would definitely behoove you not to attract too much attention. My downstairs neighbor has a Biden flag in the window. I always think someone's going to burn our building down. Oh. Dad's no longer wearing his anti-Trump shirts until things simmer down. Rye with, if you just stand there, most likely they won't touch you. If you give away signs you're some activist, they might pummel you. Yeah, I definitely think now is the time to sort of keep your head down unless you have numbers on your side. But if you're just walking around some fucking podunk town, podunk town, yeah, keep your head down. Cassidy, I'm in a deep red state in the Gulf South, and I stay DL IRL. Fair enough, brah. Just don't spread it around. Don't talk about your ideology. Bow out of those conversations. Yeah, you'll be fine. This is far from the first time. We've weathered this kind of thing before. And yes, Curio, you do look like a freak. Love you. Where was that guy from? Nebraska. All right. Ask a question. Ask away, Mythos. Did you see the 30-year-old dude from Nebraska who injected himself with psilocybin mushrooms? Like one of the craziest stories I've seen recently. He apparently suffered from some sort of bipolar, some sort of neurodiverse situation. But he shot up psilocybin mushrooms. The mycelium continued to grow in his bloodstream. It caused multi-organ failure. He's still touch and go. They've got him on wide spectrum antifungals and wide spectrum antibiotics. But the mycelium wasn't denatured by the process. It went into his bloodstream and actually continued to grow and spread. It's the craziest fucking story I've seen in a while. And I mean, we've just lived through 2020. Hey, Zealot, thank you for the resub and congratulations on your 3 months. Thank you for the follow, brah. It's going to pop up here in a sec. Kids don't do drugs. Just do drugs correctly. Psilocybin mushrooms aren't meant to be shot up, for fuck's sake. And now we know what can happen. Jesus Christ. Some random 30-year-old in Nebraska, J Miles. Yes, correct, Curio, because it has to go through the metabolization within the liver. He didn't even trip. Like, he didn't even have a psychedelic experience because the metabolic process didn't occur. Trey, I'm guessing blending and like filtering or of some sort, like run them through a blender, strain them out. Something in that nature. Somebody wanted to ask me something. I'm not sure if Oh, Mythos, what do you mean with leave your bullshit purity test? We get, there is a strain of anarchists and leftists that insist upon what we call around these parts puritopian ideals or puritopian ideologies. Basically, it's people who are so obsessed with perfection that they eschew all progress. So if you're willing to compromise or take half steps in any way, shape, or form, there's these sorts hardliners. There you go. That's easily another term. It's a subset of ideologues who refuse to make any progress in this pursuit of perfection. Utopians are also very much in that sort of category. But yes, they tend to like to issue purity tests, or in other words, questionnaires, series of dialogue tree, like a dialogue tree, that if you fail any of the questions on, they just immediately start accusing you of being, not a leftist, you're a neolib, you're a conservative, you're a libertarian, you're this, that, and the other thing, because you haven't met their personal metric, right? You didn't check the box for them. And so all of a sudden you're out of the club because they are the arbiter of all things. This. Had the exact experience, got called a lib, even though I'm a market socialist generally. See? There you go. Bruh, I have one on my website. I have a retooled 8 values on my website that's got, I reworked the metric so that anarchism could actually be achieved under the test. The original 8 values is basically impossible to get an anarchistic rating of some sort. Oh, sorry. I missed an S. My bad. It's Kai's things. There you go. That'll work. I don't care if someone's anarchist, commie or not. If you say it's helping people in good faith, I'm with you. Right. If you are one of those people who are willing to eschew progress in the pursuit of perfection, I don't count you as an ally. It's that simple. Like, you're essentially telling me you would step over a homeless person in the street or a houseless person in the street because you can't build them a house right now. It's that sort of mentality, and I'm super suspicious of it. Are you a CS major? Okay, so I'm a burned out IT professional, fictional. I came up through the ranks ages ago. By 25, here's the rundown. Age 4, mainframe in front of a mainframe terminal because of my mom in a hospital network. Age 14, doing custom programming. By 25, I'm doing independent IT consultancy work here in Las Vegas for some very significant companies. That's sort of my trajectory. I burned out a few years ago now. Do you think CS is worth it as a major? Depends what you want to do with it. It solely depends what you want to do with it. If you have something that you're passionate about or you want to go into that's encapsulated within IT and computer science, then yeah, it can be totally worth it. Oh, you have. I mean, you probably do have an idea, Lupe. But yeah, it's a thing. We have a very high burnout rate within IT. Adia posted something. Let me check it.
Possibilities. I'm not against sending these people to Gitmo, and that may sound extreme. These are domestic terrorists who attacked our own republic. They should be treated the same way we treat Al-Qaeda.
It's her father that famously funded Al-Qaeda, was photographed with the heads of them in Al-Nusra in Syria just 5 years ago. Her father is now in hell.
Oh my God, Adia! Oh, thank you for the share. That's fucking hilarious.
We need to consider all possibilities. I'm not against sending these people to Gitmo, and that may sound extreme. These are domestic terrorists who attacked our own republic. They should be treated the same way we treat Al-Qaeda.
It's her father that famously funded Al-Qaeda, was photographed with the heads of them in Al-Nusra in Syria just 5 years ago. Her father is now in hell.
We need to consider
Oh. I like to give my dialogue partners often room to declare themselves. What are the questions? Socratic method, mythos. 100% valid. Zealot, you could encapsulate that entirely within chauvinism. Sorry about that, bro. Let me, I don't know where mine's is. There you go. I changed it for you. Brah. It was just set at 100. But either way, thank you for thinking of me. Yeah, we watched that last night. I remember that, cool boy. We watched the video of AJ last night saying that, you know, he knew what Q was from the beginning, and he's always been on to them. Yeah, he's definitely retconning that shit. It may need refreshed. I don't know, brah. But at present, it is set to that. No worries either way. You don't have to. Yeah. Thank you though. Thank you for the effort. Exactly. Lupe, yeah, you have to decide what your motivations are with computer science before you get into it. I mean, is there any particular area that you want to enter in, and then, you know, it's a perfectly serviceable field of degree, though. Am I in favor of communism? Only if it's modified by anarchism. Communism on its own has some potential downsides that I, as an anarchist, am firmly aware of and critical of. So, yes, with caveats. Stalinism can go fuck itself. There, I said it. It's worked out before, Astrea. Anarchism and capitalism isn't a thing. I know you've encountered people, Walrus Chan, that claim to be anarcho-capitalists. Anarchism is about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures and a philosophical challenging of unjust power and authority mechanisms throughout society, and the dismantling and replacement thereof wherever they fail to meet that challenge. Capitalism is inherently hierarchical. It is coercive and exploitive by its very nature. So you can't rectify that. That's contradictory. Those are antithetical to one another. What are you going on about? Oh, well, you were just stereotyping them, Zealot. You do realize anarcho-capitalism, Adia, is just neo-feudalism, right? That's what that is. That's what it inevitably becomes. Is those with the most material resources become the de facto rulers. It's neo-feudalism. Estrella, look into Spain during the Spanish Civil War. 50% of agriculture and industry were being produced wholly by anarchistic communes. Okay, so traditionally, Lupe, crypto means hidden. It means obscured. So if we're speaking with actual technical terminology, then that would be someone who's attempting to hide behind some of their ideology and pretend they're not a capitalist. But given the prevalence of cryptocurrency evangelists within the capitalist community, it could mean something else. So, Walrus, I temporally stretch what I advocate for. Again, brah, somebody pumped it into chat for you. Yeah, Mitre already hooked you up with that. Oh, back to Walrus. So what I advocate for today, Walrus, and what I advocate for tomorrow, next week, next year, 10 years, 50 years, 100 years, those change because that's how progress is made, right? Progress is a game of inches in a world of miles. Thank you for the follow, Mythos. Thank you, Lupe. It helps when it's your statement, right? Like it's your words. It's easier to remember usually. So what I advocate for now is very similar to sort of a pseudo-syndicalist setup. If you're not familiar with syndicalism just is derived from the French syndicat, meaning trade union. It's about a re-empowering of the worker class. It's about a re-democratization of the workplace environment. It's about a reclaiming of some of the power within the sphere of the actual working classes areas of occupation. And so anarcho-syndicalism is something I sort of advocate for as sort of this half-step measure, like a direction to head now, something to talk about. That, hey, can't we organize a little more? Markets don't care about strikes, though. That's because of the 1947 Taft-Hartley Act that undermined all of the legally undermined at a federal level all of the truly effective strike methodologies. It was passed in direct response to the 1935 codification of labor relations and the 1880s to 1920s buildup of labor changes and activism within this country. So we can point to. Hey, Redneck. And yes, it is. I agree wholeheartedly about the whole cryptocurrency thing. They had an opportunity. They had a window of true opportunity to actually supplant some of the currency market, and they turned it into a commodified entity. The commodification of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency was a fucking joke. Hey, Crystal. Homage to Catalonia turned me leftist, so don't know about books specifically. Walrus, any book recommendations about a leftist ideology? It depends what you're after. Adia, I know those because I wrote an essay that involved the Labor Relations Act and the Taft-Hartley Act. So that's from my own research. That's from my own writing. And like I said, that's rather than just sort of memorizing things and going for rote recitation, when it's a piece of something that some creative piece of work that you've worked on, it's a lot easier to do recollection for stuff like that. So yeah, it's just something I've written about before, so it makes it easier. Leftist ideology. Like, what do you want, Walrus? I mean, this is a solid book. I can recommend it now. I'm through enough of it at this point. Government of No One, Theory and Practice of Anarchism by Ruth Kinna. Kinna. But depends like what you're after. I mean, if you're after, like Das Kapital by Marx, I mean, it just depends what leftist ideology. Because remember, I am first and foremost an anarchist. So a vast majority of my my studies have been on anarchism, right? So yes, exactly, Estrella. Yeah, I would say read The Government of No One. And I mean, feel free to get back to me, Walrus, and see where that takes you, because there's going to be a whole host of ideas in there. You're going to get exposed to some socialism, some communism. You're going to exposed to, I mean, small a anarchism, big a anarchism, post anarchism. There's a whole bunch of stuff that you're going to get exposed to through reading that book. So, yeah. You're welcome. Just because you believe in hierarchy doesn't mean you have to utilize it as a tool, Mythos. Right? There's centralized network organizational structures within IT, but we also know that distributed network infrastructures are far more resilient and resistant to collapse and share the burden of the network processing far greater and to a more efficient degree than centralized processing systems. So, I mean, it exists. It doesn't mean you have to use it as a tool. Let me scroll back a little ways. No, Walrus. No, that's out. Anarchy means it's Greek, right, in its origin. An and archos. An means without. Archos means rulers. Anarchy at its core, in its very basic, most basic form, means no rulers. That doesn't mean no organizational structure. That doesn't mean societal collapse. That doesn't mean chaos on the streets. It doesn't mean every man for themselves. It just means an elimination of this hierarchical power structure that causes everyone else under it to be subservient to it, usually utilizing a monopoly of force by the state. As a realist, can you actually believe communism will ever be correctly implemented anywhere? I mean, capitalism hasn't been correctly implemented anywhere, Redneck. So, I mean, of course. But Spain got really close. It took a coordinated effort using the White Army, Soviet Russia, Germany, Italy, France, the UK, and the US to undermine what they were doing during the Spanish Civil War. It was a collective effort. Makhno got pretty close in Ukraine as well. That was a collective effort to undermine them as well. They had to roll out the Soviets for that one too. Yeah. There have been some really interesting close calls. And like I said, I mean, it took real fucking force to knock them on their ass. What music do I enjoy? I default to a couple of things. I mean, you never grow past your teenage fucking music tastes. Just get over that. But I like, I like punk music and I like all the forms of electronica and techno, and all of the subgenres thereof. These days though, I really enjoy, like folk punk. I like that sort of softer, like acoustic guitar, but still we have something angsty and fucking like fuck this system sort of lyrics behind it. I like a lot of my music to have a message. Yeah, but I'll listen to anything. I've got a bunch of like my face when Kai was an edgy skater boy. Actually, I wasn't an edgy skater boy. I was more into the rave scene than the punk scene, but the punk music scene had a huge influence on me. But I have a few music snobs in my community that I take recommendations from. That just depends how I feel, Walrus. That's a play it by ear. Oh, well, that's right. We're not supposed to call it that anymore, Kool-Aid. But yeah, punk music mixed with traditional Romani elements. I've heard it. I have heard it before, but I'm not really that familiar. Oh, what happened? Is this a Trump supporter group or no? Diamond Bling, I will let you decide for yourself. I will tell you the stream title and you can decide how we feel about Trump. Xi Jinping promises support to fellow Maoist Donald Trump in next Capitol raid. Draw your own conclusions about how we may feel about him. On what scale? It's already being utilized, Walrus. It's been utilized. I found your dream song. All right. Oh, yeah, we've listened to this a few times on air. Angie, I should know the fucking URL by this point. Walrus, it's utilized all the time. Anarchism existed before anarchism was a word. You have to understand that. Indigenous communities the world over have been utilizing systems like this since prehistory. This is a system of organizational structure that humanity has been using in times of crisis, for all of our developmental cycles. It's always been with us. It will be with us after we stop using the word anarchism as well. It's just a default organizational system that we utilize. And it's due to a variety of socioeconomic authoritarian factors that you can sort of point to as the development of the nation state, and capitalism after. You start to see what this sort of brainwashing cycle that occurs, and people start to think that there is no alternative, when in fact there is a rich tapestry of alternatives. But yeah, can we see it used? We see it used all the time. I shop at anarchistic co-ops. All my books from anarchistic come from anarchistic co-ops, with minor exception. There's some, these sorts of organizational systems used. Hang on, I want to see this. Walrus Chan, love it, Seahawk. Cat thinks they found the most edgy anarchist song out there. Donald Trump will bring us the Maoist regime we all want and deserve, inshallah. What's a Maoist? A Maoist is somebody who follows the principles and teachings of Mao. If you are here, I will help you out. Maoism, it's Mao Zedong. or Mao Zedong, who was the sort of revolutionary communist leader of China. It's a variety of Marxism-Leninism. But to help you out, here's a link in chat to just a Wikipedia page on it. That will get you off the starter's block. All right, I'm going to listen to that later, Kat. Cool, I'll hang on to that. Oh, what are we doing? Yes, I do believe we did watch that, Angie. Feel free to post the link, though, so we can double check. Fictional. I understand that. I usually tell people to go visit an anarchistic co-op to get a better grasp on that, but there are some books that can help you out with that. Generally, knowing the operating structure of anarchism helps you out a lot more. But hang on. All right.
Thousands, probably 100,000 plus people here. And you did it all without burning down buildings? Without looting?
Fuck the Chinese government. There
you go.
I didn't know that was possible. No shit. According to the media,
these explosions are bullshit.
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 When you have a large gathering of peaceful protesters, they're supposed to burn it all down.
Boom. These explosions are bullshit.
Boom. Who could have seen that coming?
Boom. Boom. These explosions are bullshit.
No shit.
Let's have trial by combat.
This fight has only just begun.
Keep fighting.
Let justice be done.
I did it.
We're gonna walk down and I'll be there with you.
Get up.
The best is yet to come. When you catch somebody in the fraud, you're allowed to go by very different rules. It's so egregious, it's so bad, so base that people don't even believe it. Can't be true.
That's why my father sends a tweet. Patriots descend on Washington, D.C.
Amen. And a woman. No shit.
Boom.
According to the media,
These explosions are bullshit.
bullshit.
Bullshit. Boom.
When you have a large
Who gave us
gathering of
this?
peaceful protesters, they're supposed to burn it all down.
Brickwalla, thank you.
These explosions
This is
are
amusing.
bullshit. Boom.
Who could have seen that coming?
Boom. 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 These explosions are bullshit.
No shit.
Let's have trial by combat. We're gathered together in the heart of our nation's capital to save our democracy. And Mike is just gonna have to come through for us. If he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country.
Who hides evidence? Criminals hide evidence.
I had no idea. Who could have seen that coming?
Because you'll never take back our country with weakness.
So let every adversary against democracy, against liberty, be overturned right now.
So we're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
No shit.
Boom.
According to the media,
These explosions are bullshit.
bullshit.
Bullshit. Boom.
When you have a large gathering of peaceful protesters, they're supposed to burn it all down.
Boom. These explosions are bullshit. Boom.
Who could have seen that coming?
Boom. 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 These explosions are bullshit.
No shit.
Let's have trial by combat.
No shit. According to the media,
These explosions are bullshit.
bullshit.
Bullshit. Boom.
When you have a large gathering of peaceful protesters, they're supposed to all down.
Boom. These
Oh, that was amusing. Comrade Adia, I don't think that's a coding error. Or at least the primary one that you sent me doesn't look like a coding error. That looks intentional. There are coding error issue ones that you can find in this list, but that first one, that female, male, NA unknown tax entity, actually seems intentional. That's just female, male, not applicable, unknown, maybe it doesn't fit the list, and then tax entity is just another way of saying business or company. That's not a coding error, that's intentional. All right. Hey, Cigar Daddy. Welcome back. Pictional, just getting to your link. Yes, I saw that. The Olympic gold medalist, or Olympic medalist. I don't know if they won gold or not. But yeah.
Thank you. This May was election day. Now we have election days, weeks and months.
Yeah. All right.
Gotcha. That freaking medic's a spy.
They could, Adia, but ultimately there may be purposes of accounting and other organizational metrics that would make it easier for whatever interaction, like B2B interaction that's occurring there, for there to be a separate category for it. So, you know, these are our business users. These are our, like, consumer users. Splitting them out does make sense, at least from a business standpoint. Yeah, the first ones seem neither. Brickwalla. I'm an anarchist. Yeah, I see. Well, nothing my broke ass will ever need to worry about. Oh, me try. Straya. Oh, and yeah, we, yeah, the fucking whole nuclear family thing is a whole bunch of bullshit.
I think we have a right for a new Declaration of Independence.
Oh, it's fucking 31 minutes. Thank you for the share, though, Angie. You know what? I'm gonna put that in shared content over on the Discord server. There. So, so if anybody wants that video at a later date, it's 31 minutes in length, but it is it is available. Yes, Mythos. During the Spanish Civil War, there was a split within the Society of Spain. Half of the country basically went over to anarchistic commune organizational structures. Or shall I say, not insignificant percentage of it. It's been approximated by numerous historians and experts on this field, including Noam Chomsky, who's been studying the Spanish Civil War since he was fucking 12, I believe was the age. It's the first paper he ever wrote on something politically charged. Approximately 50% of agriculture and industry during the Spanish Civil War was being produced by anarchistically run communes, so communistic organized societies or groups. So yeah, and Ukraine under Makhno ran anarchistic communes. Korea during the split had some ANCOM set up as well. Not so much COM, but a heavy influence of AN. There's North African anarchists, there's UK, French, German, Italian for sure anarchists, but Spain has a heavy contingent. South America has a seriously heavy modern contingent of anarchists. Chile and Argentina especially have numbers. Yeah. We have a few Kimbo, the only reason Ukraine and Spain failed is because of coordinated effort of the world's powers. That's it. That's literally it. To knock Ukraine and Spain out of the running, it took Germany, Italy, France, UK, the USSR, and the US in a coordinated effort to undermine them. Like, they had to work for it. Anarchism is hugely resilient. No, it was ANCOM. 50% of the agriculture and industry was being produced by anarcho-communists during the Spanish Civil War, Kimba. You ever feel mentally drained or need to take a break? You can play that video like a substitute teacher would roll on the TV. Thank you very much, Angie. I mean, for Republicans. I mean, yeah, the Republic the centralist government or republic. Yeah, thank you for the link. What is this supposed to mean to me? Oh, your starting point. Foreign involvement, you definitely want to look at Italy, Germany, Portugal, others. The Iron Guard from Romania, the international brigades that came in, the U.S., Mexico, of course, the war. Anarchists and Basque nationalists work together. The organizational structure of most of the communes during the Spanish Civil War, Kimbo, were anarchistically organized. Again, you don't even have to take my word on this. This is something that's been studied greatly by, I mean, especially by people like Noam Chomsky. He's, like I said, he's been studying the Spanish Civil War at length for his entire life at this point. And he's spoken about it at length. If you want a synopsis, you can go into On Anarchism by Noam Chomsky, and there's a couple of chapters on the Spanish Civil War. And he will tell you where his obsession and passion for it came from in those chapters as well. It's funny, most of the communes are run by Christians these days, and they've been running for a while. I mean, most people don't understand that monasteries are usually highly communistic. Mythos, you're in a binary mindset. You need to break out of that. Cospaia lasted for 375 years until the Papal States, in coordination with a prince, blockaded them and starved them out. I mean, there's countries, we're not even 375 years old. And we're already on the brink of failure. And nobody had to starve us out by blockading us. Yeah, you're in a very binary mindset. You need to break out of that and start looking at it as, you know, look, capitalism's failing as well. Democracy has long failed. Or at least the form of first past the post democracy and representative form of it that we've chosen to implement has most assuredly failed. I don't know. I'm not a soothsayer. I'm not a crystal ball reader. Fictional. What is it? Economic growth, social equality, and financial stability are all on quantitative downturns as far as capitalism is concerned, and those are the three predictors for the stability of an economic system. Working on a piece, and I just had to go. I just had to do that the other day. Like it's part of my notes. You got some bullshit doublespeak going on there, Kimbo. War is peace only in communism. Really? Because we're pretty good at that. I don't know, Angie. He's going to be authoritarian. He's definitely going to be up on the two axes. I think he's going to be conservative as well. So he's probably going to be top right quadrant. But where in the quadrant he would plot, I don't know. And on an 8 values test, I really don't know off the top of my head. Political compass is a 2-axis political test that people are familiar with, Dewey. Don't put huge amount of credence in it, but it is useful for a generalized sort of self-education, sort of self-reflection methodology. And then 8 values, capitalism literally kills people, Kimbo. I mean, what do you think Boeing and Lockheed Martin build? What do you think United Defense builds? What do you think Raytheon builds? We literally make money off of murdering people. Illegal, unjust wars, and then we profit from them directly. Capitalism literally makes money killing people. Like, the nation state is inherently capitalistic. Like, how do you not see this? Our nation state is capitalistic, and capitalism profits from that. It actually incentivizes it. There's bonuses handed out for this shit. Patronum, but you'd have death panels under commies. Think of the horrors of not having the rich insurance companies decide who dies. Yeah, I'm pretty much done explaining that. Like, chat, feel free to dogpile, but I mean... Yeah, Peter, that is, I mean, especially with a 2-axis political compass test, most of the stuff is very broad. I recommend an 8 values test. There's one on my website. You can go to Kai's Things, kaisthings.com/8v, and get one that I retooled to make sure that anarchism has a fair shakeout. But I understand that. What you got, RV? Yeah, I mean, that's average for a gun owner in this country, to be perfectly honest. A Proud Boys supporter was arrested in a search of his home, found 1,000 rounds of rifle ammunition, 24 shotgun rounds. That's nothing. 75 military-style combat knives, 2 hatchets, and 2 swords. I'd say that's pretty much. I mean, that's not even much. For collectors. Yeah, exactly, Cigar. Like, yeah. Capitalism is a natural state of world. For being completely brainwashed by the market. Congratulations. This applause goes out to you. Yeah, Patronum. My test does a better job at looking for the libertarian bent, right? So the sort of anarchistic, individualistic libertarian bent. That's where my retooling happened. The default 8 values test is really, to even hit an anarchist label, you have to 100% that. And no one is ever going to 100% it. So I retooled some of the back-end algorithm based on community testing and myself. So there you go. Peter, luckily, at the rate of progress that we are making as a society, you and I don't have to worry about that. We just advocate for it. Keep pushing, put checks on hierarchy, put checks on authoritarianism, call it out as you see it, but it's not going to happen in our lifetimes. This is generational work that we're doing, and you have to understand it. So right now there's allies, there's alliances to be made within the left, and the day to split from them will come probably children, grandchildren territory. So no worries. Jenny got anarcho-syndicalism. Interesting. So you're for the re-empowerment of the working class and re-democratization of the workplace sort of gal. You're for trade unions and that sort of thing. Yeah, cool. I think it's a great step in the right direction. I really do. I actively advocate for anarcho-syndicalism as a sort of a half measure on our way to something else. Could you do a TED Talk on anarchy as not Antifa? Well, I mean, it is inherently anti-fascist. Anarchism is, by default, de facto anti-fascist. But as far as Antifa organizational and direct action goes, it's not the same. There, thus concludes my TED Talk. It's like saying all anarchists are black bloc. It's not true. Many anarchists are black bloc, but black bloc isn't necessarily anarchist. So the Venn diagram, the overlap is differing in that regard. The good ones are the anti-fascists. Mythos. If you have any like grandparents that served in World War II, they were Antifa. That's it. Have you fought against fascism? Are you against fascism? Congratulations, you're Antifa. That's just how that works. You don't sign up for anything. Hello, Itachi. Patronum, I worked for co-ops for 15 years and like the idea of member-owned. Too bad many co-ops and rural areas that have them right-wing brainwashed. Yes. There you go. Wait. What side, Itachi? Oh. Well, then they may not have been anti-fascist, Mythos. Where do you think we can pragmatically get in our lifetime? In my opinion, I think it'd be capitalism with strong social programs. Yeah. Peter, yeah. If we can get Medicare for all, a UBI, and like guaranteed housing, we're done. Just count yourself. That's a win. Massive win. That's a massive win if we can pull that shit out. Because that will erode capitalism. That will erode the authoritarian state. Despite the right's claims that the expansion of that state, and even anarchists would say that, you know, that's electoralism and that's an empowerment of the state. There is an argument, and Gors, a French socialist philosopher, and I believe it was Price. There are multiple people who have made the argument that there is a leading edge of welfare state policy that can be utilized as a radicalization format and be used to erode and disempower the capitalist wage slave model. So if we can get Medicare for all and UBI in, the things that could do to alleviate the material conditions of the populace of this country or the world by extension, it'd be amazing. It'd be amazing. Grandmother is Russian, grandfather German, so that should fair enough. Italian side partisan versus Germans, nice. German side 1,000% Nazi. Well, there you go. Yes, Kimbo, I actually have. But based on the fact that you've been dodging questions the entire time and tap dancing as best as you can around very specific econ questions, I'm not going to be answering any of your questions. Hey, Peter. Thank you for the cheer. Totally unnecessary, but I thank you for it nonetheless, and thank you for the contribution. Kimbo, you have been tagged and asked the same question by Rhymes Without Nonsense like 3 or 5 times now. So go ahead and answer that question, and then maybe we can have a conversation. We can talk about what school of economics you come from first, and then we can move forward from there. Any positive traits from anarchism get canceled out when it's associated with the Antifa movement? Libertarians and conservatives consider themselves anti-fascist but disagree with Antifa tactics. Except they don't, Angie. I really don't think they disagree with Antifa tactics. I think they disagree with... I think they just see them as dirty, filthy leftists. But they don't disagree with their tactics. Look at the tactics they just used. They're perfectly fine with disruption and direct action. They're perfectly fine with harming civilians. They don't disagree with Antifa's with the Antifa move with the Antifa modality of operation or Antifa's tactics. They just see them as the opposition. My mom was celebrating the Space Force coming to Huntsville, but scoffed at UBI. I tried to point out that military-industrial complex is socialism, but she can't see it. It is a jobs program. I'm reticent to, it is a socialized cost. It isn't socialism. It isn't the worker-owned means of production. It isn't, that sort of thing. It is a socialized jobs program, though. Itachi, no. We've got a fairly global community, actually. Gonna be a few Aussies in chat. It's gonna be a few Europeans. There's gonna be, spread out. Yeah. But a solid contingent of us Americans, for sure. What are your thoughts with the silencing of Trump on social media? Not that I like him, but I'm in favor of freedom of speech. Walrus, the conversation starts where the conversation starts. Where that conversation actually begins is, do you believe in private property? Because here's the fact of the matter. The First Amendment and the freedom of speech doesn't apply to how you interact with a company. It applies to how you and the government, how you interact with the government and how the government treats you. Now, if you'd like to open a dialogue to a greater regulation and reduction of private property rights and a reining in of corporate infrastructure and corporate law and a further scaling back of the capabilities and privileges granted to corporate infrastructure in this country, then by all means, let's have that conversation. But as it stands, this is exactly what the right has been arguing for quite some time, is that we shouldn't have to bake a cake for a gay couple because it's a private business and their morals, their ethics, their beliefs are what should come primacy in that situation. And so if a corporation doesn't want to serve you, they don't have to serve you. No shoes, no shirt, no service. We refuse we reserve the right to refuse service to anyone, right? You've seen these signs all probably through your life. There you go. In this country, they don't have to let him on. They just don't. Now, whether that's right or wrong is another conversation, but that is the brass tacks of the conversation. They have created a situation in which, yeah, big tech is perfectly capable of doing that. Private business is perfectly capable of doing that. It's 100% legal. This is literally what the bed they made. But if you want to head down that avenue of restricting corporatocracy and a reduction of private property, I would love to have that conversation. Hey, that took a while. Oh, wow. I just saw that. Pictional. Kimbo Rat, congratulations. Somebody has seen fit to literally redeem 10,000 channel points to time you out for 10 minutes. Congratulations. Nothing personal. But channel points. Feel free to hang out. Feel free to like weather it or, you know, bow out. But either way, carrot is a badge of pride. Is insurrectionary anarchism based? I would say, all right. Hey, and thank you, Schnips. Thank you for the follow. I advocate for a methodology I refer to as Thucydian incrementalism, because as evidenced by, hello, Prophet, as evidenced by the last 60 or 80 years of leftist activism, as evidenced by the most recent riots, the state is more than set up for an authoritarian crackdown, right? Violence is what they understand. Insurrectionist action is something they've been prepared for since the anarchist, socialist, and communist labor movements of the 1880s to 1920s, right? This is something they're practiced on. So I think that insurrectionary anarchism is actually counterproductive. It opens a door and creates an opportunity for the authoritarian state to get a foothold in the activist and organizing communities themselves. And it provides a social justification for them to do that. Otherwise, they wouldn't, one that they otherwise wouldn't have. Now, am I saying that there's not a place for direct action? No, I'm not saying that. But I think that there requires a far more nuanced view of political activism or of community organizing and anarchistic organizational structure than just tacking on insurrectionism on the front and calling it a day. I think that that's something that the system is prepared for, and I think that historically and contemporarily we can point to more than enough examples that would show that, yeah, it's something they can co-opt and utilize for the further expansion of the police state therein. You need only look no further than probably the reaction to Weather Underground, or the reaction to the Black Panthers, or the MOVE organization, or even the fucking Capitol raids now. Breathe. But I hope that answered your question. Do you? All right, sorry, got distracted. There was. Can you reword that, Louis? And I will address it. Just give me a collapsed down version of that. Tighten that up a little bit and let me know. Where should we cross the line between the essential teachings of wealth redistribution and class struggle brought by Marxism? Well, I'm an intersectionalist to start with. So the class struggle that takes the forefront or primacy within Marxism is, a component of, but I mean, around these parts, especially anarchism, we're highly intersectionalist. So there's that. Yeah, give me a rewording on that. I'd be happy to answer it. You're welcome. Walrus, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific. Tuesday, Thursdays, 11:30 p.m. Pacific. All U.S. times. Schedule is on the Twitch page, and if you type !schedule in chat, it will give you a copy of the schedule as well. Yeah, but and yeah, for those of you talking about praxis, I always prefer the theory into practice, and reflected upon is praxis. I think people leave out that part of it. Mitra, I was thinking the same thing. Towing that line though on TOS, guys, so just be aware. Oh god, it's you. I am gonna pull the comment though. It's okay. It's okay. I dealt with it. Everybody makes mistakes. Jesus. Oh, I don't know why that flashed like that. Miso soup, if you're wondering. And I make it. And it's good. And Prophet, that's Marx had a saying, attempting to write recipes for the cook shops of the future. It's essentially, it's a warning against making prescriptive declarations for generations to come and policies that aren't here yet. Because you always are, Mitra. You're so oversexed. I agree, Lupe. It is weird. Yes, because making your own food is bougie, cat. That's how internalized. That's how much you've internalized this system of oppression, cat. Is because you see what peasants and the working class of all of history have done for themselves as bougie now. It's a shame, cat. You really need to work on that. Need to decolonialize your mind, cat. All right. So let me go look at. Yeah, Patronum. It reflected upon. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same thing as, you know, essentially just evaluating your work. But yes, whether or not it's necessary, not even necessary to continue to strive towards the ideal, but yeah, is it a workable solution still? Do you need to tweak it? Anybody who's ever worked in anything, academia, the workplace, you've worked on a singular hobby project, that sort of thing. Yeah, like it's reevaluate your methodologies and your underlying ideologies from time to time and rework it. You may end up with a new praxis. Hey, RV doing the good work there. I see that. Where's the class solidarity? No. Where's your wealth derived from in that situation, Prophet? Where are you deriving your wealth from? Hey, and Estrella right on it with me. Start that conversation where it starts. Where's the wealth come from? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well, no worries. Back to monkey. Touched donuts. Schnibs. Western societies are already cracking down on anarchists. It's something they've been doing for a couple hundred years. Nothing new there. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised at that at all, Schnibs. Because the privatization of public sphere of goods and means of production and global resources is inherently unethical and immoral. There is no man is an island. Thank you, Patrona. Thanks for the patience, logical dialogue, and education. I love learning and discussion. It's a great method to aid in it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You do realize your body isn't private property. It's personal property, right? And there's a legal and economic distinction made therein. There is personal, private, and public property. Your body is personal property. But hey, who's got time for an educated conversation, right? I mean, even Smith makes this distinction. I kind of like this one. So Schnibs. Are you aware of the network case? Not by that reference, Schnibs. Throw me a bone, throw me a link, give me more information on it, and I will go from there. Jesus Christ, I'm not doing well tonight. Give me 1 sec. All right. Cool. Just doing something behind the scenes. Imagine if we all joined together and protested the true domestic terrorists, aka. I mean, just the nationalism contained within that statement alone, Angie, makes it highly problematic for me. Okay, Louis, no worries. You see, most climate activists agree on stopping capitalism. Wonder if you... okay, so you see most climate activists agree on stopping capitalism and having an economic degrowth globally. I was wondering if you thought far-left ideologies evolved from valuing labor and wealth production when industries were thriving in the 19th century to today when we know so much about the absurdity of constant growth. I mean, there's not much of a question there, Louis, but I think you're accurate. I think there's a whole host of ecologically concerned leftists that utilize a sort of anti-capitalist bent, especially within a fair critique of the infinite growth within a finite system that capitalism encompasses, or a principle of infinite growth within finite system that capitalism encompasses. So yeah, I think that there's probably vestiges, or there's like the seeds of that in some of the 19th century literature, but I mean, you definitely see like the Bookchin era of anarchists and sort of the more ecologically minded leftists of the 1960s forward have this as sort of a primary mode of operation. So yeah, I think it's fair to say that the left has sort of shifted in the value of labor and wealth production over to a more moderate stance on, look, yes, we need to take care of the proletariat. We need to deal with labor and production values and the reclaiming of some of that valuation therein. But there are other issues. And I mean, this sort of comes with intersectionalism and post-anarchism to an extent. That they are more concerned with that. Why can I make things for my personal but cannot sell it private? Does it magically transform from one to another? The sale of a personal good is not a transformation into a private good automatically. This is Econ 101. Found out that my PI might be based to call me excited. I don't, okay.
The case of 10 young men who've been arrested in what's been called the Network case. Network, for lack of a better name. The prosecutors apparently have made up this imaginary terrorist organization, anarchist terrorist organization, which is intending, they claim, to create acts of violence and unrest so as to overthrow the government. Basically what happened is there are these 10 kids, they're all young men in their 20s, mostly vegetarians, lefties. Some of them are anarchists, some of them are anti-fascist, some of them aren't. Really about all they have in common is that they are aficionados of a game called Airsoft, which is kind of like paintball, where they run around in the forest and shoot BB guns at each other. So somehow the KGB, or FSB is what they call it now, decided these guys are part of a secret network, and has gotten a number of them to confess to being part of a secret organization planning to overthrow the government. Pretty much every single one of them has now claimed to have been extensively tortured, and doctors have investigated and found burns all over their body, clear signs of not only beatings but the systematic use of electricity. They almost all of them have withdrawn their confessions. Many of them have permanent injuries. They had all their teeth knocked out, and none of these people had been in any way criminals. They're a bunch of game players with vaguely leftist sympathies, who have been turned into this kind of phantom terrorist organization. And it's a terrible precedent, because if this is allowed to stand, people are threatened everywhere. Russia is a place where they experiment with new forms of repression, which, if they work, are then exported elsewhere. And if people this obviously innocent can be railroaded, they're facing a trial on February 10th, and they're up against anywhere between 6 to 18 years in maximum security hard labor, right? If these guys can get railroaded basically based on nothing other than confessions extracted under torture, nobody is safe anywhere. I really think the world needs to pay attention to things like this and do something about it.
Well, that was fun. I'm looking at one of the testimonies that one of the gentlemen gave. They started to take off my underwear. I was lying face down. They tried to connect the wires to my genitals. I started to scream and beg them to stop torturing me. They started saying, "You are the leader." To stop the torture, I said, "I am the leader." Lovely. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Snibs. Okay, fair enough, Angie. End state, yeah, Snibs. End state, yeah. All right. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you, Louis. I'm just going to scroll to the bottom. I'm just going to skip all that shit. Thank you, Mythos. Uncross my legs. Uncross my legs. Oh. It makes you a pragmatic and calm. Peter. If you wanted to take it again, there you go, Peter. I mean, it doesn't terrify me any more than it already does, Snibs. I mean, you know, as an anarchist, I'm firmly aware of the history of anarchism in America. And, you know, Mayday forward, it gets really iffy. And so I remember when two anarchist activists got thrown in jail for the fucking books that they had in their house. That was evidence used against them, was just the books they had. I'm uniquely familiar with that sort of thing, so I feel you. Hey, Polar Bear. Sadly ironic that the exportation of bad ideas from the U.S. has transformed Russia to such a fascist state. Is modern Russia a much greater monster than the USSR? It has the potential to be. At present, no, Patronum. I mean, the fact of the matter is Stalin managed to fucking put numbers on the board that modern Russian Federation has yet to be able to do. But with those sort of capitalistic underpinnings, then it has potential, for sure. Because it can commodify that process to a degree that the previous USSR wouldn't have been able to. Fucking knew you were gonna jinx me, Cat. Knew you were gonna jinx me. Don't know. I mean, that's one of those historical what ifs. No. Mythos, no. No, of course not. Told you not to put that evil on. Fucking. Mitre, it is. It's why it's called the Dark Arts. Interesting. Even rocking the Gadsden flag behind him. I'm just checking. I'm just looking at a couple of things. Forgive me. All right. Hey, Dan. Oh, God. The skilled versus unskilled labor argument is always an interesting one to hear economically minded people to get into, let alone sociologists. I don't even know what the fuck you said. Hey Cassidy, I'm not 100% on it, but yeah, it seems that way. It does seem that way. I'm just sort of catching up on chat right now. At what point, I think Kimbo, Cat, or the other one, Prophet. I'm not 100% sure. Popcorn going around. At what point did I say you have no right to do whatever you want with your body? Please explain to me when I said that. Because I'd love to know. Because your body is personal property, and I already made an explicit. I already expressed explicit verbiage towards the point that you have the right to do what you want with your personal property, and your body is inherently personal property. So please explain to me where I said that. Empty shopping malls and abandoned gentrified artisanal burger restaurants. That doesn't catch up. That's interesting. Jenny, it's because they're malformed. Yeah. Did you create the land you built it on? Did you grow the trees yourself out of nothingness? Did all of the goods and resources that you used to build that house magically fall out of the sky into your lap? Did you will the very raw materials of that house into existence using your body? Because if not, then we have another conversation, don't we? Oh, you know what? My legs do need stretch. Thank you, Dark Princess. Oh, just in time. Oh, yeah, those legs needed stretching. Thank you, Dark Princess. Funner, I'm actually aware of a methodology that utilizes poop in the one of the building materials. So there is that. Still love that name, Grifty McPanhandle. Disco. Nice little transhumanism for you, Disco. Yes, exactly, Schnips. Liberals, well, lots of people beyond liberals, but many people will literally support police keeping abandoned property abandoned because it's my private property. Hey, Buzzard. Yes, I consider global resources to be global resources, Kimbo. Yes. Transhumanism, I call it brrr, chop chop tree, go bang, okay? Fair enough. I will not castigate your verbiage, Disco. You feel free to determine what you wish to call your chainsaw penis for yourself. For sure. Yeah, I didn't have the bot swarms, Cassidy. They didn't bother me last night. I mean, I was a decent target last night. I mean, I was cruising in 80s and 90s for most of the night. I would have been near the top of the politics channel, and no bot swarms hit us. So I don't know what that was about. But we always get chuds. I mean, that's just a regular for us. So I don't, no idea what was going on there. Dan, dear Marxist Antifa liberal, if socialism is so good, then why do most philosophers and professors agree? Oh, love it. Love it. This was like 2-3 a.m. Last night was a late night stream. So I started at 11:30 p.m. Pacific US time, and I streamed to, I think it was like 4:30 a.m. So, I mean, I would have been in that window. Don't know. But we were prepared for it. I had been involved with other streamers and over on the Twitch subreddit earlier in the day, and I was aware of what was happening, though, in advance. So, didn't happen to me, but I was aware it could. That's a misunderstanding of skill. Oh, I don't have follower only chat either. I don't think so. I make a concerted effort to keep that kind of shit out of the way. Let me check. Yeah, no, I don't run that either, Cassidy. My chat's open to anybody. It should be yours as long as you occupy it, Kimbo. Ownership under this style of economic and organizational system is based on presence and utilization. If you cease to utilize it, if you cease to occupy that house, then your ownership ends. That's how it would work. Lobster intensifies. If tree not go bang bang, then penis is forbidden. Yes, under that style of system, disco, I suppose it would be. No. I'm sorry. The bang bang would be your personal property. Attached to your body, utilization thereof, it would be yours. It would be personal property. So you'd be fine. No one's gonna take your bang bang penis. I love your line of inquiry, Disco. It amuses me. You can lend it to someone, Kimbo. But under that style of ownership, just by lending it to them, it becomes theirs. You fail to inhabit or occupy the tenancy. Occupation and utilization are what determine ownership under these styles of systems. That seems to be what you're not. I mean, we can only mix it up for you so many ways before we're just use house equals yours, not use house, not yours. And I love that, you guys are making the healthcare housing job. Like, I mean, fuck the job. Fucking anti-work for the win. Oof. All right, Grifty. That's a chunk. Hang on. If you are an electrical engineer on 100K and a basic fitter in the same trade gets 20K, percentages increases annually will see exponential growth for the engineer. However, if he loses solidarity with the fitter, eventually he'll be isolated, lose collective bargaining power, and see his terms and conditions, etc. The loss of class solidarity, which is based upon labor solidarity, will see the erosion of health and education, etc., service provision for all. I don't disagree with any of that, Grifty. That's a solid summation of many of the topics that we talk about on a regular basis. How often would I have to use my second vacation home for it still to be mine? Because one day I'll be rich, says Patronum. Oh, love it. That's because you're selfish, Kimbo. You believe in the selfishness of human beings because that's all you can see. You can't see past that. You've got this veil that you've got going on. You've never interacted with mutual aid or solidarity networks. It's clear to see. I'm not sure you could envision doing something just for the good of humanity. The majority of the software and technology that runs the internet is open source technology. It was developed for the good of others. It was released for free into the world for anybody to do what they want with. Food Not Bombs feeds people unconditionally. The Sikhs do this as well. There are people in this world that would build that second house just to build that house for other people, to make sure they have houses, not to extract profit from them. I think Prophet just learned ad hominem today. It's misspelling entirely, but... Or maybe semantic satiation has occurred. No, I was right. Calling someone selfish when they're exhibiting selfish behaviors isn't an ad hominem attack, Prophet, if you were speaking to me at least. Mythos, it isn't a very hard thing. I got to tell you, it really isn't that difficult to do. It's only people who grow up in these hyper-individualized societies that are plagued with this. It's this sort of Reagan-era greed is good. Thank you for the follow, Eric Johnson, by the way. It actually feels great to do things for the good of others. I know, right, Funner? Kaiser, that's very well put, Kaiser. Thank you for the follow. 14DDY. Beyond selfishness and altruism is solidarity. 40 years of unfettered greed is good, and it still ain't working. Oh, tell me about it. I mean, that's the thing. Go volunteer at a soup kitchen. Go volunteer at a Gurdwara. Go volunteer at Food Not Bombs. Go volunteer with Homes for Habitat for Humanity. Jesus Christ. There's plenty of organizational structures out there that aren't looking to make a profit, and people are participating in just for the good of fellow human beings. Yeah, they get a little dopamine hit off it, sure, but fine, let them have their dopamine hit. Did somebody say capitalism is fair? Dear sweet Jesus.
Amazing.
Capitalism is anything but fair. Capitalism is inherently hierarchical, inherently authoritarian, inherently coercive, and inherently exploitative. I mean, by its very nature, it's designed to be. Fuck yeah, Ace. Fuck yeah. That's why that button exists. And wait for it.
Beta.
I sort of expected that out of you, Cigar. We'll get you yet. I'll swing you. I'll swing you. We'll push you a little further. We'll push you a little further. Kimbo, I have been an anarchist for, let's say, about 2 decades. I'm well studied on it. I'm going back to school so I can focus on it more. And the cojones that it takes to be like, oh, if I just get to talk to you in PMs and in private, I'll better chance of converting you. No, Tink Tink. It's not going to work that way. I'm sorry. You have no moral or ethical standing for your system. So, either way, thanks for stopping by. Sleep well, and I hope you're as well as you can be. Oh, what'd they do? I see they got timed out. All right. Well, whatever. Okay. Can't do it. It's okay. It's okay, Cigar. Like I said, I'm a work on you. It's a Pinochet reference, Mitre. If that'll get you even closer. Estrella, yeah, you just get a better job. Don't be poor. Have the poor people tried working harder? Oh, okay. Well, in that case, just retrain yourself, right? As you're approaching retirement and having been laid off from the factory you worked at your entire life, just go back to school and learn some computer programming. I mean, it ignores market rigging of labor value across. There it is. Fucking Mitre. Teachers and nurses would get paid more if that were the case. Be a corporation, get subsidies from the government, and give yourself large bonuses just to do that. And be sure to give yourself a golden parachute and, you know, make sure everything's shuttled offshore into like a Grand Cayman's account or a Nevis trust, a Nevis trust, and, you know, protect those assets. Grifty, love it. Well, it's your failing as an individual. If only you were more aggressive and intelligent, ate more red meat, wore this watch, drove this this car, espoused these values, etc., i.e., you suck, loser. Sneaky, I'm new here. Thank you for the follow, Kimbo. I'm new here. How do you feel about UBI? I'm, despite being an anarchist, and I want an end at the end of things, I want an abolished state structure. As an interim step in order to further erode some of the wage slave values with it and further erode capitalism from the inside, I think UBI is a solid mechanism to do so. I think that, as Price referred to it as, or maybe it was Gores, they both talk about this, that there's a leading edge of the welfare state that can be used as a radicalization methodology to further erode capitalism from the inside if you do it correctly. There's nuance contained therein, but thank you for the follow, Sneaky Steve. But if you alleviate people's subsistence needs, the subsistence conditions, then you ultimately free up time and provide other forces and factors and pressures on the capitalistic marketplace and the free market, which is anything but blah, 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 blah. You can then, you know, all of those low-paying jobs, there's more pressure on the workplace to either eliminate them, pay them higher, or automate them entirely. This causes a feedback mechanism within the economic system, driving down the actual rates on the other side of the high-paid side. And so you start to see this rebalancing, and it's drawing down on both sides of the aisle. And this can be utilized as an erosion methodology for capitalism, like I said, from the inside. So I am in favor of UBI, despite it meaning an expanded state. As an anarchist, this is seemingly antithetical to the position I hold, but when in fact it really isn't. If you look forward to what you can do with a properly implemented something, Medicare for all, UBI, guaranteed housing, this sort of thing, it would alleviate the masses to make further gains in other areas, shall we say. I actually worked with a guy that admitted that he thought that working for the same amount of money for working less hours was lazy. Talk about internalizing the Calvinistic work doctrine, right? Like that is just 100%. Like, wow, way to internalize your oppression. Good job. Sorry to hear that. That's kind of shitty. Oh. Yes, Jenny, it was a just learn to code moment. I've been to plenty in my day expensive restaurants that didn't have the highest quality food. In fact, as a former foodie and a person who has cooked every meal for himself for almost a decade now, I can tell you for a fact, some of the highest quality food is actually at the lowest priced establishments. Things like street carts and food trucks and small mom and pop restaurants that are doing scratch made grandma style food that have the lowest price. If you go up to like Michelin tiered restaurants, then there is no guarantee of quality. What you're generally paying for is ambiance and style of service. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Morpheus. Morpheus, I doubt it's enough. Jesus Christ, Major. What? Yeah, it wasn't an American anecdote. So there you go. Trump has bought his way into the annals of history. Unfortunately, he couldn't buy his way out of being a douchebag and stain on the human race, for which he will be remembered. That is true. Money can't buy you class. Do we have a state where anarchist is used for the people? I don't know what that means, Mythos. Is there a place where anarchism is always 100% used for the people? There's never been anarchism used for the establishment. Like that's just not a thing. So. Schnibs, not end state, but interim transitionary states 100%. Yeah. I'm open to a whole host, like a spectrum of transitionary options, right? That definitely is on the table. I don't think we'll see it in our lifetime, but it's possible. Give me 1 sec. I'll stretch in a second. Should the state go for the markets or vice versa? I feel like if most things are work around, the state should go first. What? Yeah, because you can have market socialism. Peter, like it's entirely possible to maintain the markets and utilize them as a tool in that regard. There's arguments for and against. Yeah. So I think you have your order correct. Stretchy, stretch. Thank you, Lupe. Three times not enough. It's, you can only do it for so much on stream, Cigar, but I feel you. I don't know who that is off the top of my head, Peach. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I just read what he said, Cigar. Okay. All right. Like Evo wasn't enough to get me there. But now I'm caught up, Peach. Thank you. Meat gonna meet. And who was that in response to? Who was he talking to? Oh, yeah. Okay. Sorry. Caught up. Hey, Peach. It's been, it's been a little slower than I like it. But it is, who we dragging? There has been a lot of economics conversation tonight, Peach. It is most assuredly, there have been, there's definitely been a lot of econ discussion. Some of them definitely from people with very little experience in econ, looking back. I can't speak to them, Cosmic. I think because just chatting and just chatting gets more viewership, Cosmic. So I think it's more of a marketing strategy, that sort of thing. So, politics gets less traffic than just chatting. So I know a few people do hang out in just chatting rather than politics. So maybe that's an explanation. Thank you for the biddies, Peter. Actually, let me mark that. There we go. So can you walk me through the process from where we are today to where the endpoint is? Not in detail, obviously, but I'm interested in where down the line you break with authoritarian Marxists that you that will want to keep the state. Reclaim the workplace. Redemocratize the workplace. Get collective bargaining rights back on track. This is your first big step. The next big step is to start establishing social safety nets, very similar to sort of Nordic policy, right? Guarantee housing, guarantee healthcare, guarantee a basic income. This is your next major step, right? Somewhere in between this, you're probably going to have to deal with your police directly, especially in America. I mean, you have to deal with the militarization of the police somewhere in this interim, because some of this is going to require protesting. Some of this is going to require action, right? And the first line of defense for that maintains the status quo for the state is to deal with the police state itself. So you're going to have to deal with the police issue somewhere between these two steps, because you can reclaim and redemocratize the workplace without dealing with the police too directly. You can get that done. I think. So somewhere between guaranteed housing, Medicare for all, UBI, and police, right? You're going to have to deal with police. Moving past that, once you have guaranteed housing, UBI, and Medicare for all, so you've got your health care, you've got your housing, you've got a stipend to make sure your population doesn't just, exist in nothing. Then you need to start moving towards reformation of the prison industrial complex, right? The punitive system needs to go out, and you need to start whittling away at that. That's going to require education. So you're going to have to fix your educational system. Because the number one corollary for criminality is lack of opportunity, poverty, education. These are your corollaries, right? Strand somebody in an inner city with no access to a great education and little to no prospects for the future, and see what happens. Guaranteed. So you need to start addressing that. That's your next step. So your next step is you address the education. You've got the healthcare. You've got the UBI. You've got the housing. You've dealt with the militarization of the police. So what's your next step? Well, this is where you start to deal with the whittling down of the authoritarian system. This is where you start, okay, we're taking care of each other finally, right? We're looking out for each other. Solidarity should be on the rise in that sort of situation. Your next step is to start bolstering those solidarity and mutual aid networks that you should have been working on that whole way through. But now that you have a UBI that you can fall back on. Now that you don't have to worry about going bankrupt with healthcare, now that you have housing, you can guarantee a roof over your head. Now you're free to do things that you have a passion for that can take care of your community. Now you can start setting up small farm systems, permaculture systems, inner city farms and vertical farming and that sort of thing. You can start undermining some of these industries that we've long been answerable to. So you can, tackle healthcare. You could tackle rapid production of goods in localized spaces using next generation 3D printer technologies. There's a whole host of Cassie. Ooh, I have a permaculture farm. Good for you. Good on you. Like, that's not sarcastic. Like, good for you. That is something that it should be done. And so now you've entered the stage of disempowering the industries and the systems that surround us. Right now, if you've got like guaranteed higher education, if you've got Medicare for all, if you've got housing, right, you got this sort of stuff. Now we start talking about mutual aid healthcare networks. Now we start to withdraw from the system at large. Now we start talking about mutual aid housing networks, cooperative housing groups, this sort of thing, tenant-owned housing, these sorts of things. You start to back away from those sort of systems, and you start to set them up yourselves. This is about as far as I'm comfortable going into a future projection, because things get nebulous past that. They really do. There's going to be a contingent that is going to be authoritarian, but there's going to be a contingent that is not. So, again, as Mark said, you shouldn't write recipes for a cook shop of the future. But I hope, I don't even remember who asked for that. It was Peter. All right. So Peter, I hope that helps a little. Thank you for the follow, Cosmic. And hello, Luis. All right. So while I was going through that, a lot of chat happened. So let me scroll back and look. Oh, I killed the music for something. There we go. It's like it's a little silent. Cassie, I share with everyone in my hood fruit, veg, and chicken and duck eggs. Rock the fuck on, Cassie. Just practice. Fucking walking the walk. I love it. Mad props. Peach, I just got your comment about, being proud of an econ degree. Imagine it's almost as bad as a business degree. I forget the exact number, but out of something like 90 odd candidates for the last electoral cycle here in Las Vegas, I do research, right? Like I looked. Something like 80 odd of them had business degrees. It was disturbing. Like we talked about it on air. It was disturbing. Only one of them had a degree that was relevant to the field that she would have been in my opinion. Like she was going to be a judge, and she had a degree from sociology, a degree in sociology from UCLA. I remember that specifically. But yeah, it was 80 odd business degrees for 90 odd possible elected officials. Hey, Squid and Squid's people. I'm gonna barf. How was your stream, Squid? We have had an econ heavy stream. Strap the fuck in. Thank you for the follow, Vulcan Princess. I'm just going through chat. I just did a long sort of diatribe, and so I'm catching up in chat right now. So forgive me. I'm not like, you know, fucking on it. Grifty, that's fucking insane. Hey, thank you for the follow, Praxis Powers. Mythos. What is the problem with our stance on policing? Thank you for the follow, Kinetic Kirby. I'm glad I could help, Peter. I'm glad that that worked some stuff out for you. And if you ever need like book recommendations or anything like that, if you want, you know, a directionality, I can sort of help a little bit for you. To what extent that just some random dude can help you. But never be afraid to ask. And for those of you who are new and don't have the Discord server, I'll spam it in chat a few times just so you can grab it if you so want it. Okay, so I'm caught up to the raid. It's good. We laughed at Trump and Alex Jones. We watched a couple of AJ videos as well. We watched the AJ fucking, I don't even remember. I don't remember which AJ videos we watched, quite frankly. Nice, Peach. Love it. Love to hear what your mom's doing. You had some gender trolls that couldn't explain how they know what gender they are without referring to their junk, which was awkward for them. Oh, Jesus Christ. Lord. I mean, cops, infamously, cops are minutes away when seconds matter. I mean, this is what gun owners say. This is the line of rhetoric that is within the gun culture all the time. So, I mean, they're not really useful, to be perfectly honest. Jesus Christ, how? I gotta check something. Give me 1 sec. All right. Cool. Thank you, Adia. All right. So, let me go over there. All right. We are 2.5 hours in. I'm going to open it up. If anybody wants to have a conversation, if anybody wants to come on air at this point, by all means, you guys are invited. We can have that conversation. Yes. And so, do we have, what was the conversation with the cops? Did I ever get an answer? I'm just scrolling back now. It was Mythos that I queried. Okay. Yeah, like, No, yeah, Pook Taduka. They have gone to the Supreme Court multiple times to actually fight for their for the distinction to be made that they are not there to protect and serve, but they are there to respond and document. Right? That's their job. Isn't to protect you. They are merely there to respond to an incident and document that it occurred. They have no legal requirements to be a preventative force whatsoever, and this has been ruled on multiple times. They're pointless. No, we have a German in the community if you need a translator. But I understand otherwise. Fucking Ace lying out of her ass. I see that. I see that, Ace. Hey there, Skeptic. Hey, Joe. Somebody was saying their German and their English is not great, so I was just like, we've got somebody who speaks excellent English and German, so if we need someone. You see nothing. I did not, Pictional. Anarcho-syndicalism, a solid step in the right direction. Yeah, it's at 12.2 in market that probably got you it. Nice. Donald Trump is permanently sus. That's fine. That's fine. It's like I said, I'm just opening it up. We can continue pushing forward the way we have been. But if Ace and I bonded over like fuck the police. So if Peach and Ace want to get on air and talk some shit about the Popo, by all means, I would love that conversation. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can do post-humanism. I mean, that's, you know. I still remember our meeting too, Ace. What's the most far left you can go? I honestly don't know. Because there's a lot of, like, theoretical political and ideological positions that don't actually exist. Because, I mean, they're essentially like meme ideologies that you can just sort of push into this like bounds of theoretical politics that aren't achievable in hundreds of years. Peach, Ace, 20 minutes in and out. All right. Oh. Kaiser. Really, Cigar? Fascinating. I love learning more and more about you. All right, well, Peach and Ace get into voice chat. You know the deal. I'll move you on over.
this thing on?
No.
Let's see. Hello.
Hello, ladies.
Ace, you start out. What's your least favorite thing about cops? Is this working?
Yes, but Ace isn't speaking. Yeah, Peach, you're just fine, but Ace is sus as usual.
Ace is sus.
Oh, I suppose thank you for the follow, Baron Trump 2044.
Oh my god, we love Baron. Save Baron 2020.
Ace.
Testicles.
There-
Testicles. 1, 2, 3.
There we go.
There we go. Okay, Ace, you start out. What's your least favorite thing about cops?
Well, why do I gotta start? This was fine. Least favorite thing about cops. They're the largest gang in America. Congratulations. Next.
I would say that they don't even do the job that they say they're supposed to do. That's my favorite.
Do I know you? I don't. Unapologetically awesome with an account that was created 5 hours ago and a single message ever in my chat. You don't get into voice chat. Sorry. Feel free to hang out in chat and converse. Maybe one day you can get there.
Intriguing.
Yeah. Let's see. What is my least favorite thing about the police? I don't know. The fact that like you have an increased. Hey, thank you for the sub, Evaporous L. Sorry for butchering your name. Feel free to fix it. Cat says the haircuts.
True. They all look like thumbs.
A
bat, like a cat. All cops are thumbs.
I think it's just the general attitude, quite frankly, right? Like, I mean, there's a whole host of psychology behind that, but like, I mean, I have a lot of these types of people in my family, right? FBI agent, ATF, cops, that sort of stuff, judge. They all have that sort of air about them, and anybody who's ever interacted with a cop knows exactly what I'm saying, right? Like, you could spot a cop a mile away because they act like cops. Like,
I thank God every day that there is not one cop in my family, because if there was, like, my family is like very diverse politically, but very consistently like fuck every cop on site.
Praxis says the policing areas they don't live in.
Oh my God.
Yeah, where to start on what we don't like about the police? I mean, let's face it, monopolization on a monopoly of force as mandated by the state to maintain the status quo is, I mean, that's the issue. Like, we can brass tax that real fast, but I mean, hey, being born of union busting and slave patrols, not exactly a high point in your historical record either.
Meet Trey, I'm gonna kind of what's the word? I'm gonna like jump off of what you're saying, because Meet Trey is saying worst part is they won't put me in handcuffs without breaking the law. Yes, but the worst part for me is that whenever they do put me in handcuffs, I don't get to keep them. Like, I at least want like a souvenir if I'm getting arrested. Like, give me the handcuffs, please.
They should give you the photos. Like,
oh my God, one time I did get arrested, and in like this mass arrest type moment, and they were processing us out, and I think I was with a newbie cop, but they took Polaroids of us, which is weird. And so as I'm about to leave, I'm like, yo, bro, can I just like take the Polaroid with me? And he gave it to me, and I was literally walking out the door, and his supervisor was like, what the fuck? And grabbed the Polaroid from my hand. But I was so close to having my Polaroid. I was so close.
The bruises are the souvenir, says Cassidy.
Oh, it's not even just the bruises, it's the nerve damage. That's really the souvenir.
You know, like I said, I don't understand how anybody could come to the conclusion that we don't need massive police reform. I don't get that.
Or abolition. I really don't
Well, that's
understand how people
easy.
can't get to the point of abolition.
They don't realize that we need it because they don't realize the problem. Why? Because they're a part of the problem. Because they don't realize they have this wonderful fucking cushion privilege and refuse to acknowledge that there is a whole host of us that don't have that quote unquote privilege, and we are targets. Don't let you have a color to your skin that is natural. Please don't have any melatonin. Okay, you have to be, melatonin free.
Or melanin, yeah.
Or yeah, you mean what I know. Melanin. Sorry, my bad, guys. I really
Are you
shouldn't be in
good?
bed.
You good?
So you can't have any melanin in your skin. Don't let you be noticeably part of the LGBTQC. I told y'all, sleep community. And for the love of everything holy, don't be trans in color because you fuck.
Yep. Yep. It's just like, I think the thing that like fucks me up even like the most out of it all is just like, because even like, what's this? A fictional saying like we're way past reform, but like we've always been past reform. Like there's no reforming a system that was like founded out of slave patrols. Like abolition has always been the only solution because like this shit has always been oppressive. And I don't know, it's just like you read any, and that was like part of like my I know I mentioned it earlier in the chat, but like that was a huge part of my mother's radicalization is that like we grew up in a family that experienced a lot of not only police violence but also the violence of the carceral state, because almost every man in my family, and women too, but primarily the men, have been or are currently incarcerated for drug-related offenses, for multiple offenses, but primarily drug-related. Like even my biological dad is currently in prison, and so many men that I know. But like for her, it was like understanding that experience wasn't individual, but that was a collective experience. Like the moment that she understood that was collective and not just like our family, like that was the point of radicalization for her, was her like seeing and being like, oh wait, this is a systemic problem. This isn't just like our family's like, I mean, because my family got a drug problem. I mean, I'm not going to deny
Like,
that.
I won't deny it.
I won't deny that, but for her reading the new Jim Crow
Peach,
and seeing like, holy shit.
Mitre just gifted you a sub. Thanks, Meat.
Oh, Mitre, thank you. I was really about to get one next week when I got my unemployment payment. So you saved me a month sub.
Skeptic, are you asking whether you can get on air? Because you can get on air, Skeptic. By all means.
Skeptic.
Like if that's what you're asking.
Oh, Curio's up in here too.
Let's see. Well, hey, Kaiser, they thought you were wise beyond your years or something along that lines. Hey, Derp. Hey, thank you for the follow, Rambo. Oh, Squid, don't feel that. Fucking, you're welcome on air too. You know that.
Squid. I'd love to have premarital handholder on air. They're always saying good shit in the chat.
Yeah, I mean that. Not to take away from their innate capability, but that's what a PhD in English will do for you too. Is really know how to work the language.
I couldn't even get a BA in English.
Yeah. It's either English or literature or something along those lines. I forget, but premarital is well educated in how to craft some words. They have the best words.
We love good words.
I
have a question for the chat. What's everybody eating or drinking tonight? I love hearing that kind of shit. Tell me what you're consuming.
Oh. Sorry. I always get excited when I see it.
Oh, Trump 2020. Somebody said it. Woohoo!
Eating Goya. From the same person. The Goya bean thing. You remember?
Eating Goya.
Hey, Sassy.
Wow, that's so. I'm so triggered right now. I'm literally so fucking triggered.
Gatto says eating ass.
Oh, good for you. Come over.
All right then.
Meat Tray says cocaine and cannabis.
That's fair.
I don't know how that works together.
Oh no, it works. I mean, if you're into that kind of upper, then yeah, the weed just takes the edge off.
But it's an upper and a downer. That's interesting.
It's like your mind racing while your body is calm as fuck.
I mean, I
So
have
you're
like
not really
serious
relaxed.
ADHD, so I've been taking uppers since I was in kindergarten.
I see. For me, Ace, it was always the opposite.
Sad thing is, coke puts me to sleep.
You may have a neurological chemical imbalance.
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
That's usually the sign. If you can take a street pharmaceutical upper and you're like, I'm calm, might want to look into that.
So Gatto, if you're trying to eat my ass, you better hit up my my Venmo. Please DM me, Peach Premonitions on Twitch. I'll send you my Venmo, my Cash App, my PayPal. I'll send you anything. I'm trying to make rent this month, so.
Look at Peach out here fucking doing the work. There's a whole bunch of shit. Burgers, leftover burger from Carl's Jr. order from Skeptic. Free range beef burger came out way too salty. I'm sorry about that, Adia. Buffalo spiced crispy chicken breasts from RV.
Wow.
We had a flan from Two Rabbit. Praxis has burritos and cola.
Y'all are eating good.
Sassy had some cheese dip. Cassie had chicken and veg. Morpheus said just beer. Pictional peanut butter-filled peanuts. Flamtere bread and water. Morpheus also
very monastic.
Morpheus also said chud tears. Let's see. Hey, I didn't sleep on that fucking curio. Butter chicken and rice from Zealot. Ranbo avocado cut in half with the pip removed. Whole filled with tuna and covered with cheddar cheese melted under the grill.
Oh my god.
Toasted sourdough, whole wheat bread, and hummus, and some veg patties from Grifty McPanhandle. Still love that name. Funner cereal, honey mustard pretzels from Jenny. Squid is just drinking Coke because it's the middle of the day. Green curry from Patronum.
Oof.
Cassidy, I'm in the same camp. Weed increases my pain level as well. Oh, all right. Squid's gonna come on and say hi. I just caught up to him.
Yay!
Hey, Squid.
Hi.
What's up?
Hello.
Barbecue cauliflower and mac and cheese from Kinetic Kirby. Ramen noodles because I'm a poor college boy, says Derp. Premarital woke up a few minutes ago, but the last thing they had was cherry ice cream.
Cherry ice cream.
And it looks...
Also, sorry if you can hear my dog in the background.
That's
Oh
fine.
my god, we can't hear anything. Don't worry. But also, that's really cute. If I can hear the dog in the background.
Cigar says water, but thinking about my bourbon.
Cheers to that, big cigar daddy. I'm currently enjoying grapefruit juice and gin. Very nice. I highly recommend it.
Okay, so Cassidy just got chewed out for calling our dinner chicken and veg. It was Parmesan and ranch chicken with sautéed onions and bell peppers.
That's chicken and veg. You're not wrong.
Chicken and veg.
I mean, both are correct answers. Like you're totally not wrong.
Yeah, but
though.
one of them was provided by the person who clearly cooked it.
I get it as like the chef, as the as someone who's consistently been the chef in my living situations. I get it, but also I'm on your side too.
Nice.
What's up,
Catasilo.
I can't. Catasilo. I can't spell.
Nobody gets it right on the first time.
I
Don't worry
I
about
have.
it.
I didn't. Mashed potatoes and broccoli. Oh, we've got a bait question here.
Oh, what do we got?
Unapologetically
bait
awesome, the account that was created 6 hours ago.
What the fuck?
Thoughts on behavioral genetics?
That sounds sus.
Sounds kind of cringe.
That
Sounds like not a
eugenics.
thing.
Oh no, it's a thing. But let me tell you what the first two words that you're gonna find.
Eugenics.
Selective breeding.
Eugenics.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm
And
gonna
then-
tell you what I tell every single eugenics motherfucker, that you can be selectively breeded out with every eugenicist. Like, I wish you could do that shit.
It is.
Y'all are messed up.
It is a legitimate field of investigation in some regard. There is like the twin studies and various genetic influences within sort of.
The twin studies have consistently been really abusive, though, from what I've read about them.
They are historically very abusive, but here's the thing. If you look into basically all of the medical gains that we made and the foundations of all of our psychological and medical knowledge, it's all abusive.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying that that's not true. I'm just saying that even the more recent twin studies with like the current kind of protections for people who are being studied, even some of those are still pretty like fucking abusive.
Well, I'm talking, it's more, this is all like measured genetic variant sort of stuff. So yeah, the psychological ones are always kind of fucked, but psychology is fucked to start with. But but it is,
oh my God.
Let's see. Yeah.
Wait, what's funny? I missed it.
Oh, no, it's a video that I saw. Don't worry about it. Post it in chat.
Pulling.
I have to put on so many layers just to.
Oh yeah, I saw this.
Oh, dude, I love it.
Buzzard had mashed potatoes, chicken fingered, and green beans. Not chicken fingers.
I love that.
Chicken fingered.
I love the conversation about what people eat because it's so wholesome.
Tendies.
Behavior genetics sounds like pseudoscientific theories that have been used by past fascist regimes to justify open and blatant discrimination. It is. Congratulations. There are, like I said, there are certain findings or certain fields of investigation within this that have merit within the conversation. But if you are going to have a conversation about behavioral genetics, the first words out of your mouth need to be qualifying statements about how fucked this field is, how intrinsically tied to eugenics it is, and how there's a modicum of, real research within this field, but the vast majority of it is pseudoscientific nonsense that is used to justify X, Y, and Z.
It's so funny how many unethical studies have been done in order to gain knowledge, and yet how little knowledge we've actually gained about like the shit that actually affects our lives. I mean, like, I'm saying this specifically as someone who's like had ADHD, like, and been diagnosed since I was like in kindergarten and now experience like adult ADHD. But it's like, how can you have done so many unethical studies and still have no fucking knowledge about a really common ailment? It's so wild.
I have mixed feelings about ADHD and like its causality. I think it's probably always been with us, and we're looking for something that may not necessarily be there. And given the like sort of epigenetic evolution of our society in a global information electronic age, that these sort of tendencies that were always there to start with are being exacerbated by the very existence of our very existence.
I'm not even talking about like the origins of it. Like, I honestly, with ADHD, I don't care how it came about, like, but I'm talking more specifically about like the effects of it and what it actually like looks like in people, and also acknowledging treatment plans and things. There's really no knowledge about it. Like, there is, but it's like not as readily available, and most of it is just like, okay, let's give like meth to kids.
Oh, I mean, that's and
which I'm now an adult that's taking legal meth, which is helpful for me. But like,
Legal
there's not
meth
really
head,
much
guys.
else.
Meth
What
head-
was that?
I said I'm a legal meth head, guys.
I am a legal meth head, but also it's just messed up because it's like there's not many actual like treatment plans other than medication. And it's like they have all of these like messed up unethical studies, and y'all couldn't even figure out a couple things. Like honestly, it just shows the limits of the current psychological or psychiatric community or whatever. I don't know. I have opinions. I have book recommendations though, if anybody wants them.
Curio said ADHD. I have 4K.
Curio, later whenever your stream is starting to go, I'm gonna troll the fuck out of you for that joke.
Ghost. I mean, that's a weird proposition, Ghost.
What did Ghost say?
Wait, Ghost is back? Hey,
Always here.
Ghost.
Ethically, how you do it is voluntary signups, then offspring choose to be in the program or not at 21 and can leave any time and rejoin, but their kids don't get the breeding approval unless it's the desired traits.
What?
What?
They're basically talking about ethical eugenics.
Oh.
There's no such thing.
That doesn't sound ethical at all. If people have to have approval to breed for desired traits.
Exactly.
I mean, this is one of those sort of like, this is why when I say I'm a transhumanist, I have to like immediately say not one of the weird eugenicist type. Like I'm just for, you know, the technologist aspect of it. Like, hey, can we fix all of these ailments that we have? Can we, you know, reduce some human suffering using our technological means?
Robo-dicks.
Yeah, robo-dicks.
Rower pussy.
Hey, robo-pussy.
I already have that, so
interchangeable.
Naturally.
Hot swap. Yeah, you should be able to swap them.
Signups and offspring choose to be in front.
Skeptic.
Anyway, fuck eugenics.
I mean, I guess the only form of like ethical eugenics would be like contraceptive.
But that's not eugenics. I don't. That's actually like a really. The reason why I push against that is because a lot of the pro-lifers will put abortion and birth control, and like one of the arguments that they use is that it's eugenics. It's not eugenics. It's just it's autonomy.
Raka, you are in chat. Hang on one sec.
Wait, is Kai gonna say something else?
Didn't Raka recommend a book?
I don't know what's going on.
Here you go, Raka. They're both in my hand now.
There you go.
I've got them.
You're covering the book.
I will. No, I'm sorry. This one is first up. I'm gonna go through this one first. His post-anarchy book, Raka. It's queued up next. As soon as I'm done with the Government of No One, I'm going into this one, and then I'm gonna browse this one and find out if I'm interested in that one. But
is political theology a liberation theology text, or is it just like the title is kind of a thing?
I couldn't tell you. It's this weird like yeah. Hang on.
Because I mean, I already said in the chat, but if we're trying to talk about liberation theology, I'm already queued up.
He's so Saul Newmans is this he's this political theorist and that works at the University College of London, and he's got some really interesting.
It's probably not liberation theology then.
Well, it's basically political theology arose alongside secularism and relates to the problem of legitimizing power and authority in modernity. It's not about the power of religion so much as about the religion of power.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll check it out. Also, I want to agree exactly with what Tale of Two Rabbit is saying. Fuck anyone that thinks that eugenics and your genetics affect your personality. Like, seriously, shut the fuck up.
I think there's an argument.
But yeah, I spaced out there for a second. What happened?
Oh no, there's somebody that's saying that genetics primarily affect personality in the chat.
Yeah. There has to be something there a little bit.
I mean, there's no I mean, the prevailing theory, from what I understand it, just from basic psychology and stuff like that, is that there's no specific gene set that affects personality, but there can be influence on the system by the gene set.
Yeah.
But a majority of that is like, even if you have the gene set can only be like really. A majority of it's like nurture as opposed to nature. I don't know.
Well, of course, but like on that same end, there are just
I
some
don't have a
people that
college
are, like,
degree.
Well, I mean, environmental activation of genetic sets is, I mean,
It's like the whole entire science behind addiction too.
is a fairly well-known sort of thing. But all right,
Like
let me
my
scroll.
like addiction runs in my family. That doesn't mean I will become addicted, but I have a predisposition to it, and a lot of that is affected by the environment that I grew up in. That doesn't mean that I'm guaranteed to become addicted to drugs.
Right.
Is your opinion on ADHD to the same opinion as some neurological diverse brain setups like autism? No, it isn't. It probably has always been with us. I mean, I don't think there's too many conditions under the sun that are new developments.
There actually is a really good book that talks about that. I have to find it, but there is a book that talks about the fact that ADHD has probably always been with us, and the way that we can see that is through specifically through like the criminalization of misbehavior in children, especially like what was like recorded during the Victorian era. God, I don't have the book on me actually because it's at my friend's house, so I don't remember the name of it. But ADHD has been a thing for a while, at least for like a few hundred years. But like we usually see it through like, I don't know, we see it through like the criminalization of like quote unquote misbehavior of children.
Let's see. They pay him to sell books. I wish they did. Jesus Christ. Just pay me in books.
Obscure Curio. My family made me eat ass, but I'm not addicted. Okay.
Wait, what's going on with
I
Curio?
think that's in response to someone above. Where was
No,
it?
I was just reading it because I just liked the wording. It was just funny.
Yeah, someone above was saying, I'm addicted to eating ass, but I'm not genetically predisposed to it.
Jay Miles.
What a
Kat, you may know better, and I mean regulars like Ace, and I mean Peach is getting there at this point. Like, have we talked to anybody that had the opinion of being in favor of the Capitol riots?
I haven't been around.
Strangely enough, I don't think so.
No.
I haven't heard. They're distancing themselves from that as much as they can, it seems.
Yeah, that seems like that like there are very few people that look like they want to die on that hill.
How's your back
At
today,
Praxis
Kat?
Powers, part of what's helped me with impulse buying is having food stamps. Because I can just like put my impulse buying towards buying food, and it's not even my money. It's great.
Let's see. All right, and yeah, Raka saying about those books, it's theory, heavy theory.
Yep.
That's what Newman does, from what I gather. It is very much theory for theory heads.
I dig it.
Yeah.
I love theory.
Earlier stream we talked to some, apparently RV is saying that it happened.
Okay. See,
So, there you go.
I crowdsource my memory at this point.
Same. That's literally my
That's
life.
valid.
With PhD.
I dig it.
Charles Murray. What? Hang on. Let me.
I hope that Charles Murray suffers. That's my take.
Like, I mean, why are we repeating his name multiple times though? Like, what was that apropos of?
I think it's
I
just a
don't know.
meme.
Behavioral
Yeah.
behavioral genetics.
Okay.
Because that was his whole thing. Anyway, fuck Charles Murray, and also
Oh
fuck
my
that guy that wrote Hillbilly Elegy, because he's literally a Charles Murray stan.
I don't know who Charles Murray is.
He's this.
He's a poo-poo.
Yeah, he's a political scientist, but he works for like AEI, like American Enterprise Institute these days. You know, the conservative think tank. Yeah, he had like he wrote, was it The Bell Curve or something? And
Oh, that's,
you know,
that's what that name is.
intelligence is a predictor of socioeconomic performance and stuff like that.
I have a long list of people where it's like on site. I'm not gonna say what on site means, but that includes David Duke. That includes a lot of people from Louisiana. As someone who's from Louisiana, it also includes Charles Murray.
There you go.
The moment I see him, he suffers.
I thought
From-
you
Can I
weren't gonna
interject
say what
for a
it was.
second?
No, of course you may.
Oh,
Ace.
I'm not saying what the suffering means. I could just be talking
Let's
his
not
ear
go
off,
down that rabbit
you know?
hole at all, Ace.
I could just be talking his
I'm-
ear off.
I'm gonna interject, and I hate over talking people and everything, but this really caught my attention in chat. So I really need to ask, unapologetically awesome, what makes you think that being gay is a behavior?
I mean, I get by definition, I guess it would be a behavior, would it not?
No.
I'm just
Well,
being a-
Ace is technical in this field, so behavior may have a technical definition as well.
I need to, I want to know the explanation before I accidentally jump down somebody's throat on accident.
Are you being gay or are you doing gay?
That's what I was getting at, like behavior as an action.
I mean, like, but see, we claim those as quote unquote being gay actions, like the hand flip thing. Really, it's not. That's just what we labeled it.
I know.
But-
They're just social affirmation. Not after. Fucking, I forgot the terminology. I got COVID
But
brain.
the
Leave me alone.
actual comment that they made.
Oh.
Cat's trying to die on us.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
Kat, can I tell you? So
What's
there's
up?
this ex of mine that I really hate.
What?
Like I hate him so much.
Yeah,
He just texted me out of the blue for the first time in like I'm pretty sure a year. He was like, "Hey, I was literally just texting you to see if we could hang out, but as I was texting you, I got the notification that I have COVID."
Ain't that a bitch?
And I just instantly, I'm someone who believes in God. I love God.
Which God?
That was God. That was God.
There you go.
Thank you for the follow, Cassiopeia Star. To Rabbit, I did want to touch on what you said. I don't know how far ago it is now. Oh, it's still on screen. All right. Just so he said to Raka, and just so we're clear, trauma isn't genetic. That would be the opposite of genetic, which would be epigenetic, by the way. But there are multiple studies that I've seen. Transgenerational trauma can potentially be coded for into DNA.
Wait, is that a thing?
It is a thing.
Yeah.
There's a couple of different studies on this.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I've seen.
One of the reasons why there is such a problem with mental health issues with Indigenous Australians because of the stolen generations and white Australia policy, which, by the way, is the reason I am white.
Yeah. No, seriously. That shit crosses over to the States too. Because a lot of people only talk about that shit like in terms of Australia. Like the I guess like within the States, in Canada it would be the 60 sweep, and in the US it would be like obviously the residential school policies, but also like blood quantum and all that shit. But like no, God, I can't even speak on that much, but like fuck Australia.
Hey, Gringo.
We exist, damn it, even if people think we don't.
No, it's New Zealand.
Exactly.
It's New Zealand. We doubt it exists.
We listen, solidarity with like the blacks in Australia because y'all have dealt with some shit and y'all are still here. Like,
There you go.
that's what matters.
All right, so
True.
What is going on with chat tonight?
I don't.
I just peeked over there and it's like, what are they on about? What's going on? Like a chat, dude. It's just this beast of just narratives.
How do you behave a sexual attraction?
That's
I misbehave. That's how I do it.
there you go. That's what I took behavior to mean.
All right, so unapologetically awesome.
Okay, Rabbit.
Just to make something clear, being gay, being a homosexual, or being a part of the LGBTQ community is not a behavior. I don't choose to be gay like that.
Unless you're a twink.
I didn't.
Unless you're a twink.
Unless you're a twink. I'm not. There's no gene that's gonna sit there and tell you this man's gonna be straight, this man's gonna be gay. Now we're gonna put this chromosome here, make you gay. We're gonna put this chromosome here, make you bi. There's no sorry, not sorry. That's not the case. So, I mean, if you can find me the gene and the chemical like makeup right there that's gonna go ahead and tell me which one of my daughters is gonna be gay, which one's gonna be straight, or are they both gonna be gay, or are they both gonna be straight? Please,
Yeah, please tell me what their
find that
parents are
for
so I
me.
can selectively
Well,
Fucking meat tray.
So I can make sure that my children are lesbians.
all I'm saying is that coming from an anti-natalist perspective, that there's potential for bioweaponry involved.
What is that's actually a
Because
question
of
that I
being
have.
straight is an
bionatalism-
evolved trait to have children.
What does antinatalism mean to you,
Wow.
Kai?
Wow.
Generally speaking, the ethical or moral principled position that having children is an unethical or immoral position to
Do you
adopt.
take that as a personal position or as a position that you hold for the for collective?
I would take it, for me personally, I take it personally. But I do know
Okay.
I do know people that take it as a collective.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
so one of my old roommates, who is one of my absolute most favorite people in the world, and I know that they're probably not in this chat, but if they were, I just want to say, Al, I love you forever. I miss you. Please come home.
God damn.
They were from
Wow.
the old, do you remember that trend in the 90s and the anarchist scene, or maybe early 2000s around 9/11, where it wasn't just anti-natalist, but it was I can't even remember it. It was very much commit suicide as a political. It was very it was more like edgelord type shit, but it was commit suicide as a political stance. It was very edgelord type shit.
I did not hear about this.
God, I wish I could. Or the Church of Eugenics.
Yeah, no, I didn't hear about this.
Okay, then I'll stop. If somebody in the chat can remember this shit, I'm sure that's not the name of it. But
I mean, to be fair, I'm the youngest person probably in chat right
I
now,
don't
so
I don't
how old are you,
I'm 20.
baby? You're my sister's age.
God damn.
That's okay. My sister's wonderful. She's even more radical than I am. She's great.
Renbo is 15. Fuck. Renbo, you're not.
Oh my.
You're not even
God
supposed to
damn.
be in here.
Yeah, why are you?
Let me just give a quick headphone warning. Oh my god.
Zra.
Renbo, that was clearly a typo, right?
Yeah, Rainbow, take that back.
It was definitely an 8.
Yeah, that.
14
take that
or
back.
over.
Cough,
You got you there,
wink,
Kai.
wink.
It was clearly a
Hey, guys.
typo, right?
It's like, meat tray, how would you ask a lady her age? That's so inappropriate.
No, we just gotta do it.
I'm just kidding. I'm 24. So I'm also a baby.
Knowing people's ages is solidarity.
Renbo says, I have permission by my parents, I think, but sure, I'm 18. You're killing me here, kid. You're killing me.
Funny
You're killing me,
motherfucker.
Smalls. You're killing me, Smalls.
Wait, apparently Girly Bear says they're the oldest person in chat. How old are you?
Oh,
no, that would definitely be Cigar Dad.
yes, Cigar probably has a run on this one. They are in the running together.
Sue
though.
is also in the running.
No, Sue won't. Sue's younger.
I mean, Sue's younger than Big Cigar Daddy, but Sue's going on 50, right?
49. Yeah.
49, yeah.
Um,
I feel like I'm the oldest in terms of my body falling
62 in March. So Cigar is 61.
There you go.
Congratulations, you've made it this long. We're proud of you.
Girly is
Girly Bear is
56.
56.
Yeah.
And also, we were talking about this the other night, but Big Cigar Daddy or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah, that's it.
He may be 61, but he is so solid because even he will ask and be considerate of people's pronouns. God bless you,
Cool.
King. What a king.
I dig it.
So I'm gonna ask y'all a question based off of our wonderful friend here.
What's up?
Posted it in the chat. So according to Unapologetically Awesome, I think
Your
it's-
mic's fucking up.
Okay, sorry. Is it better now? I need
No,
to-
it's like you might need to plug it back in. It's I don't know. It sounds fucky.
I know what I'm gonna do.
What do you got?
Oh.
What is?
Can you hear me?
Yes, queen.
There we go.
Yeah. Said fuck the mic. If I fuck the headset, I'm just gonna go straight through the speaker on the phone.
All right.
If homosexuality is a gene, then what caused it? So we went through that. Came back and where'd it go?
I Actually, wait a minute.
Hold
Isn't
on.
there like that?
No, we
that
didn't. I'm sorry, we didn't go through that. It's the one right above it that I wanted to start with. The cause of being straight is evolved trait to have children. So I would like to ask the panel,
Oh my
if
god.
if this is true, then how do we explain all the straight people that can't have children because they don't have strong enough swimmers or they have a hostile womb? How do we explain people like me who are raped and end up with children? I would love to know
Mhm.
this.
Can I say something about that
God.
shit though? Because like, so I'm
God.
speaking as somebody who is like, who has a
God.
uterus, who has PCOS. So like, and also I'm not a woman. Like I may have a uterus, you know, I have PCOS, all this shit, and like, also, oh my god, I have so much to say about this. So it's so hard to even say this shit. It's just like, I think that so much of the genetic, like quote unquote problems or hormonal issues, especially that present in uterus havers, show the diversity of gender. And not only that, like, I don't even know where to go with it. I'm trying to figure out where to go with it, but I can't even keep going.
Also, as a non-straight that has had children,
Traitor.
am I gay or not?
Traitor.
Oh my god, Squid, you're so gay.
Oh right, I am. I am as Schrodinger's gay. I am both gay and not gay all at the same time. All the time.
Skeptic, I did hear about the internet blackout that was occurring ahead of Uganda's election, if that's what you're referencing.
Oh wait, shit.
Pronouns
There's
don't
a lot that's
exist.
happening today. Evo Morales gets COVID.
Wait,
There's
did
an
he?
internet blackout in Uganda.
Trump got impeached, or is on the way.
Time.
No, he's
Yep.
impeached.
No, he technically got impeached. The impeachment process is just like essentially like a conviction. Doesn't mean that it's like, yeah, it's a whole process.
Right.
Doesn't mean he's out of office.
Yeah.
It's very confusing because the United States, contrary to popular belief,
it's-
the
it's-
United States actually doesn't work.
Ghost is correct. I'm not sure if I've ever said that. Ghost is correct. He got impeached twice. It's just a charge for a trial. That's
Go off, King.
Impeachment is the charge. And then
I wouldn't say that about Ghost.
Oh wait, we're talking about Ghost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Then
not, I'm sorry, Ghost. You're not a king.
then the Senate
Wait.
then the Senate convicts.
Wait, are you one of the same trolls that was in my chat earlier? Unapologetically autumn?
Probably.
Well, they've been here for a while, but they only created their account 6 hours ago, maybe 7 hours ago now. So, do you remember that?
Because
Tail of Tea Rabbit, I agree.
This is exactly the same talking point that someone had, one of my trolls had, that it was a genetic defect causing people to not have kids, and that people would die and that it was imperative that women had kids. And then they went on to say that people who went on to, well, that women, their only cause to be around was to have children, and that older women who no longer could have children had served their purpose.
To be fair, this does sound. These are fairly common talking points.
Okay.
Sad as it is to say.
I mean, my thing is just like they're fairly common talking points online. But hearing
But
someone
it's
speak them out loud
worded
is
really
different.
similarly, and it's just the name is similar enough that it's kind of clicking in my brain that I'm kind of wondering, is it the same person just repeating themselves?
Fess
It
up
isn't a troll. It
unapologetically.
is a fact.
Fess up. We won't ban you. We just want to know. And we might ban you.
So
we won't ban you until we do.
That's how that works.
This is
Well,
some
they're
double
saying
speak.
that they're not a troll, that it's a fact. But here's the thing that kills me. So if women are
Aw,
only
that's
here
so
to breed,
cute.
if women are only here to breed, then how come we don't die right after we give birth every single time? How come some of us multiply more than once? If we're only here to breed and that's our only purpose, then why do we have so many children sitting in orphanages
Oh my
and
God,
being
yeah.
moved around in the system? What do you need us to breed for so fast and so
Also,
much?
like, why is menopause a thing?
Yeah.
Like what? If uterus
Because-
havers,
Why do
if,
we
like,
need
like
men to
people,
breed?
if people with
Because
uteruses,
y'all
their
fucked up
only goal
in the
is to
Garden of
breed?
Eden, and now you
Oh,
must be
not the
punished by
Yo,
by
Kai,
our Lord
as
and
the,
Savior.
As the resident liberation theologist, I'll even hop on that shit and say that that's actually like a very incorrect take on scripture, and that's just some breeder theology.
You do realize
Like,
that no one
that-
has a correct take on scripture. This shit has been rewritten 1,000 times over multiple millennia.
I'm saying this as a liberation theologist.
And I'm saying this as an ordained minister.
Can we
No, I
all
was
agree
saying-
at
I
least
was- no, I'm
that
just talking
pomegranates
shit
are
about,
freaking
like-
delicious?
I'm just saying this about like the fucking the current translations of texts. It's not in historical.
It's all bullshit.
It's all bullshit. I'm saying this as somebody who loves God, loves Jesus, believes in God. This shit's bullshit, but y'all motherfuckers that are trying to say that Genesis is an example for why women are breeders, y'all need to go, like, I don't know, like, eat some pussy or some shit, because y'all really need to shut the fuck up.
It's a methodology. It's a control mechanism. Has been since the
It
beginning.
really is.
That's
And
the
that's
true
why-
fruit of knowledge.
That's it. It's
Rambo says, I'm saying this is a 15 through 21-year-old male. The snake is wrong and the apple should have been eaten. I dig it.
Oh no.
I dig
No,
it.
the snake is right. 'Cause the snake was the one telling him to eat the goddamn apple. And
You know, I'm even so for me, I know we're talking about breeders and all that shit. I know we're talking about how like people with uteruses aren't supposed to, like it's not our primary goal to have kids. We're supposed to live full lives. Like, and we should. Can I for all the uterus havers that are speaking right now, can I get an amen? Can I get Yes. I don't
They did
But
you
I will
dirty,
say,
Amen Ra.
I will say, as someone who is likely infertile, damn, do I want to have some kids?
I got two
That's
free
just
to a
me.
good home.
What was that?
I have two free to a good home. They come with a full starter kit. They
Oh my
like
God,
to do
I'll take
chores.
that.
Ace,
Seriously, I'll
Ace, you
freaking take
still
that.
trying to give them kids away? Since
Yes.
Sweetie,
since
how
I
old are
have
they? How old
known
are they?
you.
I'll freaking take them. I've raised
They
kids
are
of all
7 and
ages.
8. They're excited
raised
if you
kids
get
of
them a
all ages.
guillotine. They won't.
Oh my God, listen,
Wait,
I've raised kids of
guillotines?
all ages because I've been a
Yes.
nanny. I will take them.
Goddamn.
So I showed my kids a picture of a guillotine the other day, and I asked them, "What would you think if mommy brought this home?" The first words out of their mouth, "Mom, can we play with it?" Bro, I'm raising a miniature Addams family.
You're not
proud.
raising the Addams family. You are raising some comrades right there.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
All right. So I think I've got a couple
I
of.
love this. Why are you bringing God into it? Aren't leftists usually atheists? I don't know what to do with this. I'm used to you all being atheists. What?
Oh well,
It
we got what 2 ordained ministers up here.
Yep.
We got,
I'm a
and
former
so,
nun.
You know, can't argue something if we don't know both sides of the argument. Kind of helps to know religion. We don't have
also,
to believe it though.
literally, I was literally in the convent for 2 years. I can't
I am
help
so
but bring
sorry.
Jesus into that.
There's an old
No, don't apologize.
there's an old saying about how if you want to know something about the Bible, don't ask a Christian, ask an atheist.
True.
Honestly, Sue.
Oh.
Hey, Sue.
There.
Do I believe in God? I believe in my God. I don't believe in your God. How's that work out for you?
That's some edgelord shit.
It
I'm not
is.
even
That,
gonna
that
lie,
was
Kai.
surprisingly deep while saying nothing.
Yeah. Now you need to ask me what my God is. How do I define God? What is God to me? We just throw these words around on a
myself down
regular
my stairs
basis.
in my house.
I'm just a quiet egoist trying not to make everyone re.
Sue, happy late birthday, motherfucker.
Thank
Oh, it's
you.
still your birthday. It's still your birthday.
No, it isn't.
No, it's the 13th. My
There you
birthday
go.
was yesterday.
There you
Oh my God.
So you're
what?
even later than you thought.
Man, I knew black people could be late to this shit, but damn, you taking the cake.
Did it dirty, son.
BPT.
I'm on
Yo.
Louisiana time. I'm on Cajun time.
Yo, I got a question. Who the hell was it talking about that they're a breeder and that they want to pop out more kids?
Me, bitch.
My boy.
Damn.
It's been
Yo,
a weird
get your ass
conversation.
up over here, girl.
Okay,
I'll
we're
be
gonna,
glad to help
I'm gonna
cut.
No, I'm heading this one off at the pass.
Right here on Cobb.
I'm heading this one
all
off
I'm
at the
gonna say is
pass.
I am likely infertile. I am most likely infertile.
What the fuck just happened?
I love. Listen, like I guess your uncle now. I guess you're not cousin anymore. Your uncle now.
We have a
in that case,
Sue. We have a
No.
15-year-old in chat.
Wait, what?
We have a 15-year-old in chat.
no, we don't, Kai. We agreed upon it earlier. They're
They're 18. They're
Well, they're
15,
also-
15 to 21.
Yeah, they're 15 to 21.
Okay.
Y'all motherfuckers need to get the fuck
I'll-
out of here. I swear to God.
I'll cut down my repertoire.
My boy.
Yeah, Sue. You better not fucking slide in my DMs. I swear to God, I'll find you wherever the fuck you are if you try to slide into those motherfuckers.
Well, you know,
And I won't be
you know
trying to
what?
find you to reproduce. I will be trying to find you to end you.
Hey, you know what?
Sounds like
that
some
means that
eugenics
we
shit.
actually sat back and actually met and shot the shit and had some fucking tea.
We would not have the chance to shoot the shit. I'm sorry, sweetie.
I'm just playing, man. I heard someone talking about being a breeder and
I didn't say I was a breeder. Jesus.
I just like, yo.
You
I had
need to
come
work
in
on
and
your
do this
listening
shit.
comprehension.
Well, I am getting old, you know.
Oh my God.
Why?
Okay, uncle.
Why do
Okay, uncle.
Why do people think eugenicists hate people who can't breed? They're simply irrelevant to any breeding program since they can't to begin with. No hate, just irrelevance.
I guess that's true.
Maybe read that over again and actually listen to the words.
Can somebody please reread that for me?
Okay, so why do people think eugenicists hate people who can't breed? They are simply irrelevant to any breeding program since they can't breed to begin with. No hate,
Do
just
we
irrelevance.
think that like child rearing ends at the moment of birth? Do we really think that? Because
Well,
in
to a-
that case,
to a
then,
eugenicist, that's
let me
not
talk,
a huge
let me
deal.
talk, because what I have to say is that y'all motherfuckers really think that it really
Reverence.
only matters about having a uterus. It really only matters about having like reproducible organs or some shit. If y'all are really about that shit, then okay, like birth a child and let them out in the forest to fend for themselves. Like
I'm down with it.
child rearing doesn't end at birth. Like,
Yeah, no, let's
if y'all
do
really
social.
did actually care about children, then y'all wouldn't be so focused on reproductive organs. Like,
Nah, we're
y'all
social
would actually
Darwinists
be
now.
focused on the fact that there's a lot to
Premarital.
offer, even for people that are either infertile or who are choosing not to reproduce.
Yo, but I have to say straight up, Peach, straight up. I hope you find somebody to pop out some kids with because
my
we need
God,
more
Sue.
indigenous.
God
people on the
damn.
planet.
Oh my God,
So-
okay.
This is so weird. This is so weird.
I agree with you.
My boy.
I agree with you. And listen,
Hey, I'm saying
when
something positive and good for you.
Sue, when and if I have kids, those kids will be deadly as fuck.
It's,
Damn,
I'm saying
bro.
something good
Good.
for you. I hope someone breeds you.
Listen, I don't care. Like, my kids.
Well, she
my
did
kids
say
will be
earlier
deadly as
she
fuck.
did want kids,
Oh my
right?
God.
I do want kids.
Can
Oh,
we
boy.
stop?
You.
Can we stop saying the word breed?
I feel like we're talking about cows.
Can we
Hey,
stop
hey.
saying that
I
word?
don't see my nephew Mitre in here, so you know I gotta cover.
Yo, bitch, Mitre is in here.
Oh,
No,
is he?
he's,
Where
no,
is
he's
he?
not in chat.
He's
Oh,
not
he
in
probably
voice
bounced
chat.
over to Curios for a moment.
That'd be
Oh,
weird.
it's
Cheerios
Curios.
started too.
All right, so somebody did ask actually, like barbecue, barbecue. Kai, I'm interested. What does God mean to you?
God damn it.
Somebody actually asked the question. I do believe in God. What is God? God is all of existence. That from which everything comes from which nothing can be separated. The very plenum and fabric of creation itself. The thing that is the foundation that everything sits upon and spawns from. This is God for me. So everything is God. The whole
That's
of
some hippie
existence. Well, do you know how many drugs I've done in my life? Of course,
I
it's some
know.
hippie shit.
All right, I'm just saying.
I
it's
literally just
hippie
did
shit.
acid 2 weeks ago. I'm agreeing with this.
Yeah, that is God. So what is God? Well, what is creation? I don't fucking know. What is existence? I don't know. So I don't know the true nature of God, but I do have at least a workable definition for myself. So
Momo is God. Yeah.
Momo is God.
Yeah, Momo, you are God. Cat is God. Sue is God. I am God. Peach is God. This table is God. This microphone is God. The air I'm breathing is God. It's all fucking God.
And I feel like so many
I'm an
motherfuckers.
eldritch horror.
I feel like so many motherfuckers will jump to say that, like, and I'm not. This isn't me speaking ill of animism. This isn't. Let me preface it with that. Like, this isn't me speaking ill of animism. But this is me coming from like a perspective of like specifically like a Catholic liberation theology. It's like so many motherfuckers would like jump on that to say like, oh, like that's just straight animism. But really, that isn't the case, because anything that either has been created or is created literally is the existence of God. Like, it literally is the existence of God. Because if it is something that comes naturally from creation that reflects the image of God, but also if it is something that is created by like human hands or by any hands, that literally is like reflecting the image of God. Like there's nothing shitty about that. It's true.
It doesn't need any of that. Just, I mean, the rock in the fucking river is God, as far as I'm concerned.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's not, like something that is created or has been created.
I arrived at I'm not going to say too many drugs, but a copious amount of drugs over many years. But you can arrive at that destination a number of ways, and I think Sue would probably have the exact same definition of God.
Yeah. The only drug I needed was the Eucharist.
All I can say is that although I may not have used a whole lot of drugs in my search for finding God, as the English term pronounces it, what's being said by Kai and them isn't wrong.
I mean, there have been so many people that have gotten this answer over the course of human history, right? Like this is a common answer, actually. Saying that there's like this monotheistic like deity is actually the anomaly. Right, like this is the aberration, is saying like, hey, it's a bearded white dude in a robe with like fucking winged things flying around him on a cloud. That's the crazy shit.
But not even that. The thing that people misunderstand is that those descriptions of God aren't explicit descriptions. Those are descriptions that are like meant to be like an icon. They're not meant to be an actual description. Like Kai, if I were to describe you right now, I would say you have straight hair. You have like light eyes, you have light skin. Like that's how I would describe you in this moment. But that's not an icon of you. An icon of you would describe your personality and all these things. Like,
well, in that case, it's a murderous genocidal nut job.
Exactly. But like people misunderstand symbology for like actual descriptive shit. And it's like, yes, they're like, if we're looking at Christian scriptures, like there are these very like out of the wall like descriptions of God. Those aren't explicit descriptions of like how God appears to us. Like that's symbology, and that's the shit that pisses me off. Is that like God is?
You do
like,
realize
there's symbology of God in so many places.
Except you do realize that the religion itself has been the one trafficking in that explanation.
No, I know. I'm saying like, and that's why I call myself a liberation theologist. Is because liberation theology is faithful in its departure from the norm. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Okay, I just have to say, skeptic, I love you, but I'm just going to say, can we please get off this whole entire God is white? Because Jesus was born in Nazareth.
Jesus is Palestinian.
So you're saying
he's a dark-skinned motherfucker.
No, he had. I've seen pictures of him. He's like me, but with blue eyes and abs.
Oh my God! Jesus is literally an indigenous Jewish Palestinian man.
Refugee.
Jesus is the homie.
Refugee. Always add refugee. That pisses them off.
Oh my God!
I mean, honestly, hey,
he was also a revolutionary,
like 2 blocks away,
and a communist.
Yeah.
But what's more important than that? Well, not more important, or more important in my opinion. His mother was even more of a fucking revolutionary than he was because of the fact that she was an unwed woman that chose to consent to the action of God in her life, which could have had her literally stoned by the state at that moment.
Best sales pitch ever. Stepped out on her husband and came back with a hell of a pitch.
Like,
I mean, she really ruined it for the rest of us. Like, for real.
She
Like,
she called that shot.
Fucking revolutionary.
No,
She
Joseph,
swung for the
it's all
fences.
cool. It's all cool. I didn't cheat. It was God.
She swung for the fences on that one and fucking
Yo, the
out of the park.
scriptures about Joseph though are so fucking funny because like he was like, well, Zacchaeus is even funny. Not Zacchaeus, but Zachariah is even funnier because he was struck mute when his wife, which was Mary's like aunt, was like, you know, who was like barren for the longest time, was like born with child and whatever. But the funniest shit is Joseph because he's like thinking about leaving Mary. He's like thinking about leaving Mary. He's like, oh, I'm gonna leave her. You know, she's gotten pregnant. And then he has this dream, and it was the dream, and he's like, oh fuck, I guess I'm stuck with God's child.
Cellar dweller. Are y'all iconoclasts? I mean, standard
I'm
definition of modernity. I mean, I suppose I would by just default. Sue would be an iconoclast. Kat would be an iconoclast. Peach.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no.
Are we an iconoclast?
Wait, what's an iconoclast?
Generally,
Iconoclast means that you reject like a symbology.
it's someone who
Okay, yeah,
it's someone who challenges cherished beliefs. Is generally.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
No, I mean, whenever I think of iconoclast, I think of the traditional understanding of
Yeah,
iconoclasm.
you're a
which is,
fucking religion head, Peach. You fucking. We're not tearing down the statues.
I think that symbology is important,
We're-
which is why I wouldn't characterize myself as an iconoclast.
Yeah, we're not tearing down the statues.
I have to say, even though I know people are probably ignoring this person, but Kiss My Butt Cheese.
Do you see this too? Okay.
Go fuck yourself.
Wait. Oh, I'm not even looking at the chat.
Let me catch.
They said trans women are not women. Change my mind. I said, excuse me, come again.
Oh, hang
so
on.
they tagged me.
Trans women are not.
I'm
women.
sorry.
Are not women.
They're fine.
Kiss my-
They're
okay,
gone.
I have one thing to say to Kiss My
What?
Butt.
Damn it.
Please.
They're already banned.
Oh.
Damn. Well, there you go.
They have an account. They have an account that was literally created 3 minutes ago, folks. Before you go
I
respond.
was gonna say some WAP shit.
Yeah, just let them go.
Wait,
like,
WAP shit?
Stop. Stop doing
Be
that.
happy and content that Uncle Sue told him to go fuck himself.
Yep.
And then Kai banned his ass.
Yeah.
God, how are you feeling about being officially an elder, Sue?
Oh, we have prayers.
Just the silence.
Even the believers have prayers for non-believers.
That's true.
I would hope they do.
Thoughts and prayers.
Cool boys take. Jesus didn't look like Matthew McConaughey. He looked like Osama bin Laden.
True.
Yeah.
Caused more damage.
I mean, he did.
Matthew McConaughey did? Yeah, I agree.
Not the damage you want done to you.
Matthew McConaughey is a scary motherfucker.
Also, by the God, I think I'm talking about the traditional God, and by traditional, I mean the Christian God, because that's the one I'm mostly familiar with because of my Catholic background, says Skeptic. Skeptic, get on the voice chat.
Wait, what is
We're
Skeptic
gonna do this
talking about?
tonight?
Yeah.
I have no
Are
clue.
we doing this tonight?
Wait, what is Skeptic talking about?
Chat has gone to shit. I can't keep up with it.
I
can't.
I'm not even looking at the chat. I'm literally just walking around my kitchen cleaning.
The only
things.
God I need is supply side Jesus.
The only God I need is
I respect it. Good.
Actually, I'm not gonna finish that statement because I love Jesus.
Oh, there you
Yo,
go.
Eric, dude, I respect that you want, believe in the God you want to believe in. That's cool. That's fine. But, show respect to other people who have difference of opinions or thoughts.
Amen.
Or of a different belief system.
Also, it's like, oh, never mind. I'm not gonna go on that statement.
Okay,
But yeah,
If
I do
you
see-
really want me to go off, dude, you are not going to enjoy it.
Eric, Your God
We
is
just need to give respect to creator.
your
We just
God
need to
is
give respect to creator.
fairly young. What makes your God so special, seeing as they're the new kid on the block? I mean,
Kids on the block had a lot of it.
the Egyptians, the Egyptian gods, lot longer track record than your God. So I mean, I'm just, you know, what brings validity to the authority of your God? Or do you have to admit that your God is just the same God everybody else is talking about, and that there's nothing really special going on there?
Like, at least the Coptics admit that within their tradition of Christianity, a lot of their traditions predate Christianity. Like, get on that shit.
The story of
the
the story of
Zoroastrian shit.
Oh, I love the Zoroastrians. They're my favorites.
Yeah.
The Discord is locked apparently.
No. You have to go to voice chat. Voice
and then
chat.
he'll pull you up.
Yeah. You can't just jump on air. The story of Jesus.
Time is man.
The story of
Sorry.
Jesus is the story of Horus. I mean, it's a 1-for-1 copy. Like, they might as well
That
just
is,
carbon
I
paste.
will push back against that because that is actually a Reddit take that has been.
It's not a Reddit take; it's a theological take, dude. They carbon copied the
or-
entire
no, that's
story.
A theological take that has been. Oh, sorry. There's something in my mouth. Oh shit! My cat's throwing up. I gotta go.
I'm
Give me a
not
second.
even.
My cat is literally throwing up.
Okay, go take care of your cat. We'll see you in a bit.
There's Skeptic. Oh,
fuck.
Hang on, we got some hang on.
What?
I don't know, the music just switched over to some like pirate shit. I was like, what the fuck?
Amazing.
Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum.
It's like EDM. It's literally called 7 Seas. It's like EDM pirate music.
That seems to be like a thing just across like genres. At some point, there's just going to be a pirate version of it.
Pirates are awesome.
I guess.
Hey, pirates. The most successful pirate of all time was a female Chinese woman.
Yeah, but like, you know.
She was a badass. She was the queen of the pirates. She caused the imperial court to bow to her. She was fucking epic. Hey, wait, what happened to Skeptic? I just moved you. I'm Skeptic.
Bounced back and then I don't know what. Sorry about that. I'm struggling to get on. Oh, they're having a hard time.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna drop out of call and let this dog outside.
Okay.
You people and your
Alright.
you people and your slave animals. I swear, I'm calling PETA. Thank you.
Love you long
She's
time.
fine. My cat's fine. She just ate her food too fast.
Oh, well, damn.
Okay.
I literally just fed her.
Oh, okay.
I gotta do this. I'm sorry, Kai. I gotta do this, bro.
What are you doing?
Eric, the priest that you're following and worshiping and bowing down to and shit
Wait, what are they
are
talking about?
pedophiles. They rape children.
True. I'll give the Catholic seal of approval for what Sue just said.
There you go.
Can I get you any further? No, it's just gonna be that way.
I'm only there are only 2 priests in my life that I trust, and it's because I spend so much time with them personally that I know that they don't have time to do the shit that other priests do.
Belgian Monkey knows who I'm talking about. She wed her adoptive stepson to keep control of the fleet. Yep, and it was after her husband died, right, in an engagement. But I mean, she was a badass, like most successful pirate of all time. Like she had like 1,000 ships under her command.
Yep.
Shut the fuck up. It was literally a troll. Like literally shut the fuck up.
Just epic. Skeptic. I suck at this. All right. Skeptic.
God damn it.
He's back to the other one.
Okay. Okay, you're
Hi.
here.
Hello?
There we go.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Turn it up a little bit. You're doing fine.
I got him.
Okay.
Sorry, my bad.
There you go.
He was just putting the tip in for a little while. He had to
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank God you guys can hear me.
What a pleasure to hear your voice.
You're,
Thank you very much. So what did I miss?
I don't fucking know.
we said the word breed like 10,000 too many times. That I do know.
That's on too.
You read my comment about my comment on religion, and then I just tried to get on the Discord. So what did I miss in that particular conversation?
A cat throwing up and a dog wanting out.
My
so
cat
pretty much
did
nothing.
throw up. Yeah, she did. She's fine now.
But let's see. Hang on. I did want to check something. Speak amongst yourselves. But I'm gonna turn that back on.
Chi chi cha cha. We speak among ourselves.
Yay! What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? What's going
Oh,
on?
I'm just so happy. I did my grocery shopping today, so I'm like
Oh.
literally living in. I love the EBT lifestyle. Is all I have to say.
There you go.
I had a great day. I went to go grab something from the local store up here or coffee shop up here with like a sandwich and coffee to listen to some Karen bitch at me because apparently she felt, even though after finding out that with my lung issues and everything else, that she needed to bitch at me because apparently I needed a mask for her pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Happy.
Huh?
I said happy birthday.
God damn it.
Thank you. Thank you, niece.
Thanks, Uncle.
Fun times.
Who's this? Interesting.
What's up?
Our men. God wants us to do what is written. So Eric X2X, I actually have a lot to say about that, but I don't have time for that. All I have to say in this moment is, one, you're yes, but also no, and also you're incorrect. And that's what I'll say.
Yo, what up, Spiritual Mel?
Who
supposed to
spiritual
do-
now?
I want to ask, if we're supposed to do what God had written or had somebody write for him, paraphrase, then why is it that we pick and choose when we want to listen to the Old Testament versus the New Testament? Doesn't that mean that we shouldn't have been chopping off our hairs, piercing?
No, because the Old Testament is nullified by the act of sacrifice that Jesus Christ committed on our behalf on the cross, and
Also, a lot
But it
of
depends on which part of Christianity you follow, though.
Also,
trust me,
it's
I know.
really also a lot of the interpretations of a lot of the translations. I'm not gonna say interpretations. I'm gonna say like explicitly like translations of the Old Testament are incorrect, depending on not even depending on like
Again, the made-up stuff has various translations that may or may not be accurate. So the fictional work has been mistranslated a bunch of times.
The actual accurate translations really nullify a lot of the fucked up shit. Like, for instance, homosexuality is actually never really mentioned in the scriptures.
It's
the only thing that's,
the
like,
word is
the only thing that's
arsenokotai that was responsible for
Yeah.
the mistranslation.
Exactly.
It's Greek for
The only word
pederasty.
that's actually the only word that's actually condemned is pedophilia.
And
Amongst
hold
other
on. Eric, wasn't your Jesus all about reaching out to the sinners and helping them, you know, and all that stuff without doing this? You will lament if you continue on with your life of sin. Wasn't he all about like getting back and being
He without
chill?
sin should cast the first stone, man. You know
Not
this,
just
too. They
that.
can't follow that one.
Not just
Yeah, I
that,
know.
Eric X2X, what I will speak to you is that there's a lot of history that you haven't been shared, like that hasn't been shown to you, that hasn't been shown to you by the pastors that that lead your church. And one thing that I can tell you, as somebody who has studied that history, as somebody who was in ministry, as somebody who was even in the convent too, there is a history of women who have been ordained. There is a history of women who have been in the ministry, and there's also a long history of homosexuality within the church, whether it be Catholic, Orthodox, or Protestant. So you can't deny that. That history exists whether you like it or not.
Yep. You tell them. You tell them these.
Thanks, Uncle. You give me the strength to do it.
Okay, so I'm just going to point out how creepy this is, given the prior conversation.
Yeah.
What? Wait, what's going on?
The gentleman you call Uncle, who offered at the top of this conversation.
We're not going to talk about that. You know,
We're not going back on that. That was pulling a meat tray moment. I just
we're
had to do
ignoring
it.
that. Because at least with me, you know, I give everyone at least one pass. And Sue, you've gotten one pass. After that, if you try to pull that shit on me again, you are no longer my elder.
Amazing.
Ancient 80.
That wasn't me trying to be like serious in any way.
I know, I'm just fucking
Ancient
with you.
88.
I'm just fucking with you. You're deadly as fuck.
I am immediately sus of that name due to reasons, but Ancient 88, what do American leftists think of Irish republicanism?
I don't know, I'm split on it.
I think, yeah, Kat and I are often of the same mind on stuff, to be perfectly honest. There's a reason Jackie called him baby guy.
It's like anti-imperialism's like cool, but like, you know, these aren't exactly like leftists doing it though. They're not exactly
There is
like
a split, but
Yeah.
for the ones that are good, up the rock.
Yeah, the problem
right,
is
but
the ones that are quote-unquote good also have a civilian body count on their hands as well.
Well, yeah, there's that too.
Who doesn't?
So
that is true. It's just like I don't like playing that game of like justifying deaths and shit.
No, I'm not trying to justify deaths, but one thing I will say is who has the higher civilian body count? The British government.
Well, but I mean, hey, you sinned more than me. You know, I mean.
That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that, like, also, I'm gonna stop there.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm not gonna justify these civilian deaths.
It's impossible to talk about without heading down a road that you're like, oh, this is not fun.
But I'm still gonna say up the rock.
Yo, Kai. That 88 is used in Nazi
No, I know.
language.
I'm
know.
thoroughly. That's why I said that I'm immediately suspicious of the username.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know.
Hail Hydra.
Hail hoopla.
Well, he said, guys, the 88 my name means hail, hail, a popular saying among Celtic fans.
Okay, sweetie.
Not the other reason.
Sweetie,
Fucking
you should
Celtic
change
fans.
it. Ancient 88, you really gotta change it because that shit is
Oh, hang on.
Not good shit.
Cat.
You gotta.
Gives off a bad
Are we doing this discourse? I don't want to do this, dude. It's so boring.
Jesus Christ. I'm going to allow it and we'll see where it goes.
It's
Wait,
just
which
such a
discourse are we doing?
It's just such a
You can't
boring
figure it out
discourse.
yet?
I don't like it.
Yeah, we you know, we were
You'll see it.
we were holding
Oh,
it back
Jesus
for a moment.
Christ.
How could white privilege exist without some of white success? Whites supposedly have an advantage in society. How would whites achieve that advantage while all people were competing equally?
The
Whites should
answer,
somehow
the
acquire-
answer,
Just wait.
no,
whites should
Patience,
acquire
patience,
the
breathe,
upper hand
breathe.
that
the answer to that question is that white people don't exist.
you would also
True.
The word is chauvinism.
White people,
I'll agree with that.
don't exist. Whiteness exists, but white people don't
Well,
exist.
the word
There's
is
no such
the
thing as a
word
white
is
person.
chauvinism before people fucking lost their vocabulary. I mean, that's just,
Anyway, fuck. I'm gonna say the same shit that George Stricker Lamar said, which is all I want for Christmas is white genocide.
What the fuck? God damn, dude.
I'm so over this conversation.
Peach.
I don't even know what to say to that.
This is your warning. I mean, I literally have to give you one. I mean, with the other shit earlier, and that, I mean, that's straight TOS.
Oh shit! I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's my bad. I am gonna say that was a meme. I know that doesn't claim anything that I said, but I'm gonna keep my mind on that now.
Damn, 10 viewers just died.
White genocide in Minecraft.
Oh Jesus!
Nobody repeat what I just said. Nobody repeat what I just said.
Well, I mean, I archive all of my stuff, so.
I know. I
funny.
apologize for that. I'm so sorry.
10 viewers just went poof there. That was funny.
Literally. I don't know. I don't know that number. Derp. I will actually. You know what? I'm gonna look into that. I'm gonna try and get that number, Derp, and we can have that conversation at a future date, because I think that's a valid line of inquiry that you've brought up. He wanted to know about Machno's civilian body count.
Pretty high, I would imagine.
I don't know, honestly, given that, I mean, it was a civilian militia, and he was primarily up against state-empowered armed forces. So the vast majority of the people he was up against weren't civilians. So, I mean, you know, crossfire, village conflict, that sort of thing is where that's going to happen. And I don't know if there's any sufficient accounting for that in the region, given the period, but I will look into it.
Fair enough.
And thank you for the follows. Where did I stop? Dave Armano, thanks for the follow if you're still here. Ricky Manor, thanks for the follow if you're still here. Epic Radness, thanks for the follow. Drencrow, thanks for the follow. And just now, Bobby Lee 2828, thanks for the follows. Gringo, have a good one. Take care of yourself. Fair enough.
There you go. Y'all are still talking about the conquest of breed in here? Nah.
I hate the term out of stock, Kai. I really do.
Out of stock? Wait, what?
Out of stock when you gotta redeem points. Out of stock.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. It would be, I know all you regulars would be farming that shit.
But I don't, though, and you know this.
A little
but
bit
I
of-
really have the urge to use it.
Who are you? I think I know who, right?
You know.
7 hours ago, clearly a troll account. Here's your, you know what? Hang on. Where is... Just...
Oh, damn. I like doing those mini timeouts. They're funny.
Yeah.
They're especially funny when the person gets so frustrated they don't come back.
Yeah.
I always respect the ones who stick out the long ones. Like, so far the last two 10K timeouts, they stuck it out. And they were there for when it finished.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I respect it. Ghost says, I smoked on mine.
Fair enough.
I'll just go take
Gotta
a
be
smoke
honest,
break.
guys, I rarely listen to far left views. It's really interesting to hear different perspectives instead of automatically disagreeing with everything. Cool.
All right. Well, if you have any questions, Ancient, I'm an anarchist first and foremost. We've got a wide variety. We've got from Western philosophies, we've got indigenous philosophies, we've got, I mean, you know, if you've got questions, we probably have answers right now. So feel free to field them. Try not to lead with any such bullshit as like, but 14% of the population, or, you know.
Seriously, if y'all motherfuckers got some liberation theology stuff, I am so ready. I'm so excited.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh my god, I have book recommendations, but I can do that off vocals.
Yeah, just DM them to me, I guess.
Just read Ernesto Cardinal. Just read Ernesto Cardinal.
Shalashaska. Sorry. Third Tribes
There
of
you
Charm. The Shalashaska. Hello from the US. Hello from Canada. Hello from, let's see. We got some UK.
So-called United States, so-called US.
Canada.
Yep.
Canada.
So hello to France. Is there any are you a specific type of anarchist? Are you, is there anything I need to know ahead of time? Big A, little a, subset, ANCOM, mutualist. What am I dealing with?
Protest junkie.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Honestly, if you've been in organizing long enough, who is not a protest junkie? Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, but we're talking about like French protest junkies.
Yeah. I mean, you don't even qualify in their world. Like, they've been protesting for a couple hundred years straight. They're like, what?
I mean,
it's just a Saturday for them.
just check out Philly is all I gotta say. Just check out a normal protest in Philly. The French will be sufficed.
Maybe.
When's the last time you made the streets run red?
When's the last time the French actually did that? That's my question for the French.
Closer than we do.
Here we go.
All right.
80 Chin wants to ask you a question.
Shoot.
Let's do it.
Protest adrenaline. Wait, why are people mad about big corporations having so much money? It's money that has come from hundreds of thousands of people. Why would any people have more money than 100,000 people? I'm not sure what you're asking, Ghost. Why are people mad? Why are people mad about big corporations having so much money? Exploitation, coercion, raping the environment, literally enslaving people.
Land theft, genocide.
Yeah, take your pick. There's a couple of reasons in there somewhere, I'm sure. And generally speaking, the accumulation of power and resource like that doesn't bode well for the populace.
Yeah.
Those are problems of business, not private business.
No, they're parts of private business too, because most businesses are private businesses.
I mean, I literally just instinctively did like a dog head tilt and squint. Like,
I know, I see that, right?
Like, what?
Wait.
Yeah, I didn't get it either.
Whoa.
Yeah, I was a bit confused myself.
Rambo, I can tell you, you don't call it a Philly cheesesteak in Philly. The moment that you say Philly cheesesteak in Philly, you're gonna be laughed out of a fucking poppy shop. All you gotta say is, yo, I want a steak with provolone, with hot peppers, and with grilled onions. That's how you'll be recognized.
Fuck that shit. I'm a cheap date. I want a steak with whiz and grilled onions and mushrooms.
With whiz?
I respect that. A steak with whiz,
Yeah.
that's some good shit.
It is.
I do love a good steak with I mean, I'm gonna be contrarian at this moment. My favorite steak is a buffalo chicken steak with hot peppers.
You sinner.
I know.
Oh my god.
That's what I said. I'm a contrarian.
I'm
Like, I
gonna
love a
call
buffalo
Philadelphia and get your fucking card revoked.
Damn, bro.
Who are you gonna call? Philly Antifa? They don't even exist anymore.
No, I'm just gonna call.
That's-
I'm just gonna call the head of Philadelphia.
What, Mayor Kenny?
No.
What is he gonna do? Oh, he's gonna tell me. Oh, you're not so Philadelphian. That motherfucker ain't Philadelphian either.
To answer your question, Rambo, yes, they are amazing. They're simple but brilliant.
They're so good. They're so good.
You nor your chat never made a counterpoint to anything I said besides calling me a Nazi, a troll, a bullshit, and other terms similar to these.
Wait, what?
What is your
what message are you reading?
What unapologetically awesome? What is your point? Unapologetically awesome. Tell you what. Let's start from scratch. Give me even a paragraph, right? Like just type something up. Take a moment. Take a few minutes. We'll revisit this. You do you. Try and put together like a coherent, concise, cogent set of thoughts. And express what your core principles are. What are you trying to convince us of?
Wait, really quick. There's some motherfucker that's saying some shit in the chat right now. Rian, underscore is the left, Nazi, or communist side?
We're the
I never
communist
paid
side.
attention in school.
Yeah, the communist side.
We're the commies.
Yeah, sweetie, I'm a commie through and through. I am a commie.
Sorry to burst your bubble.
And commie mommy.
Should
I
people?
am
Ancient did ask you a question.
Yeah, no, I just got to it. I just got to it.
Okay.
I'm
literally
always
so
backed up in chat.
yummy.
There you go.
Should people worldwide? Oh, actually, Ghost said those same things happen with state-run operations. Was his point with private business apparently?
Yeah, that is true. That doesn't make it.
So
any
let's
better.
abolish the state too. Cool. Glad you're on side. Should people worldwide be allowed to say homophobic, racist, or controversial things openly without punishment? Free speech without limits. Punishment by whom is my question for you.
Yeah, like from the state. Yeah, we probably shouldn't.
Yeah,
you know,
that should be
that's
minimized.
Kind of cringe.
Yeah.
You should have to face the consequences of your speech. Like, that's a part of free speech. Like,
But again, consequences from whom?
Well, freedom of speech doesn't guarantee freedom of consequence, right? So.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right. We're just pointing out that, like, yes, laws regulating speech are kind of cringe.
Yeah.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. The Shalashaskiska or whatever the hell you ever say your name.
Clipped.
Oh, so you guys are real anarchists, right? I mean leftists from IWW and not some fake libertarian anarchists, right? Well, I mean,
I'd like to
I
think
would
so.
say that there's definitely some diversity
Well,
at this moment.
I'd also like to point out, unless you're specifying neo-libertarianism or North American libertarianism, the fact of the matter is that historically speaking, libertarianism was used as a synonym for anarchism, especially coming out of your region of the world. Libertarianism was widely used as the substitute term when anarchism wasn't a prevalent term.
Until the fucking 90s.
Yeah. So just to make a distinction there, add a little nuance to the conversation. But I am a sort of a classical anarchist. My economic system can vary depending on what we're talking and what stage of progress we're talking about. But I'm just about the collapsing down of hierarchical power structures, philosophical challenging of unjust power and authority mechanisms, and that sort of thing. So there you go. That type of anarchist.
I'll jump in and just say that I am a communist, but I'm also a member of the IWW, and I am a part of. I have been a part of multiple labor struggles. So
there you go.
And I want to jump in here and express to you that I am an indigenous man from the Hunspapa Dakota Nation. You know, the ones that are famous that our leader Sitting Bull killed. Killed what the fuck is that idiot's name? Oh,
Custard.
Wait, Custard at the Battle of Little Bighorn?
No, just Custer. It's no D. He's not a dessert.
George Armstrong Custer.
And I have been a part of the indigenous movement for freedom from this oppressive bullshit and genocidal bullshit since the day I was born. Across borders, and as well as I am a land defender and a land protector.
So he's an anarchist.
As well as,
he's OG anarchist. I mean, that's
as well as a water defender.
Yeah.
Own it.
Yeah. He's
as
like
well as a water defender. Yeah.
the OG version of it. Before the word existed, that's what existed.
A survivor of the fucking sweeps and all this shit.
All right. So, okay. What speech? I was literally advocating for the opposite of that, wanting to punish speech unapologetically. And unapologetically, why haven't you given me a summary yet of what the fuck you were talking about and what point? Why you getting smarmy? Like what's your thing? Like what haven't we successfully countered, and what have we tap danced our way around apparently? And
What are you talking about?
Fucking whatever unapologetically is talking about, which I still don't fucking know what it is.
I can't even keep track of this shit.
I don't. They wanted us to define the whole. I know earlier they wanted us to define the whole white privilege without using the words racist and something else, and they went into this huge spiel that just ran on into a whole bunch of nothingness.
All right, so can we?
But I couldn't say the terms.
Am I blocked by this motherfucker because I can't see any of these messages?
Here's the deal. How about you just take the word white out of it unapologetically? It's real simple, right? There's an in-group that has dominance, and they share a set of similarities. All right? Largely economic. There are some other similarities as well. But they are the predominant operative force within a system that is hierarchical in nature, and thus can be dominated from the top down, utilizing complex mechanisms such as the economy, capitalist economy, the police state, and
genocide,
and a system of education, or shall we say, disinformation and miseducation. So that system is prevalent. It's identifiable. It's tangible. Call it what you want.
Unapologetically asks, how did they acquire that dominance?
By stabbing a bunch of motherfuckers in the face. That's a highly reductive version of it. But it was done by force.
Sue, how did they acquire that dominance?
Genocide.
Stabbing a bunch of
And is
motherfuckers in the
genocide-
face.
But wait, Sue, I have a really serious question to ask you.
Okay.
Is genocide when you win a war?
No.
So what is genocide in comparison to a war?
How do I explain this?
How
Genocide
is-
compared to a war.
how
A
is
war
what
is
they
a
did-
war. A war is when you're actually face to face with someone. You actually go to war with them. Genocide is when you like hand over disease-ridden blankets and use starvation.
And steal their
like
children.
Hitler did, and steal their children, and all kinds of other things like Hitler did with the Jews, which he got all of that from over here in what's now called North America, with what United States and Canada has done to Indigenous people and are still doing to Indigenous people to this day.
Yeah, TechFunk's got it. War is the conflict between groups, governments, states, societies, that sort of thing. Genocide is the intentional extermination of a people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And or culture.
I'll also agree with what Taylor Two Rabbit said when they said, well, genocide and refusing to bathe for so long, they became walking disease vectors.
True.
Okay, so Shalashaska did, that's why I asked, because in French we have to make a distinction. We make a difference between libertaire, that can translate as libertarian in English, and the most recent libertarian American movement, blah, 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 blah.
Libertarian, I guess is how you would say that.
Ghost Anonymous, the reason why we're talking about this shit right now is because it's never ended. You talk about it as if it's your past because you can exist within that past and you exist within the privilege that you've gained from that past. But for folks that are still living within the current genocide that is still ongoing, like this isn't history for us. Like this is current events. Like, and you're talking about animals competing fire ants colony? Like it's nothing like that. Like I don't even know what the fuck you're saying.
Rambo, here's a fun fact for you. He said, Rambo, remember, Young, said war has some rules where genocide does not follow any, but what the power wants to be done. War has no rules either. Here's the truth of the matter, right?
Fuck all war.
We have rules for war. And it is one of the weirdest things. For me personally, I find the Geneva Convention and all of that sort of thing creepy as fuck. Right? We're going to kill each other by the hundreds of thousands, right? Not us, mind you, poor people's children. We're going to kill each other by the hundreds of thousands. Let's put some rules down. That is the weirdest shit we have done as a species. Like it's just this tacit acceptance that like, sure, we're going to butcher each other from time to time. But, we should have some format for it. I find the entire thing bizarre as fuck. But the rules are made to be broken. They are. The U.S. has broken so many of those rules. It's, it doesn't matter. It's just words on a piece of paper at the end of the day. And so, fuck it, right? Doesn't matter. I got a third yacht to buy. I got a ranch in Montana I want to buy. Fuck them. Bomb them and let's
not
take
just
their
that,
oil.
They got labor that they want to buy. They got people that they want to buy.
Like it just doesn't. There are no rules past a certain point. It's just a fiction that we tell ourselves to keep the wheels greased, as it were, to make sure that the machines in the cog of capitalism and the nation states keep doing what they're doing and stay on the track, as it were, because they need to believe that there's some format to this, that it isn't exactly, he who has the most stuff gets to say do whatever they want, because that is how it works, by the way. Look at somebody like Vladimir Putin. He's a perfect example. I'm in charge of this shit. I've got the most shit. I'm rich beyond your wildest dreams. Yeah, I'm going to assassinate a motherfucker who talks against me. What do you think I'm going to do? Fuck that guy. Shoot him in the head. That's how it works. That's the sad truth of the system that we inhabit, this world that we inhabit, at the present state at least. And so, we talk about possible solutions. Sorry to burst your bubble, kid. The world is fucked. Hey, Hollywood. Thank you for the resub. Hope you're doing well, Holly. Yeah, Tech Funk class is same old battle, new pieces, class struggle. But don't forget, don't be a class reductionist about it. Renew your subscription to intersectionalism and realize that, these things are sort of, what was that game with, it's not pickup sticks, right? What's the game with the tube that has all the sticks poked through it and the marbles?
Kerplunk.
Kerplunk. Thank you, Ace.
Kerplunk!
It's like that. Right? Like there's a whole host of interwoven sticks. Some of them are of greater girth and that sort of thing, and you can just sort of pull them out and occasionally, but there are key pieces. Class is one of those key pieces for sure. It is about money. It is about resource gain. There's no way around that. But, do not think for a moment that religion, sexuality, so-called racial or ethnic identity, these sorts of things aren't at play either. They're very much at play. And they're all woven together in this weird tapestry of oppression. Fun. Let's see. I want to buy some cheap bananas. Don't know. Apropos of nothing. Ruru 2.
I support it.
Fucking, it's a dancing circle, abolish work. Fuck yeah, fully automated luxury gay space communism or anarcho-communism. Fuck. Let's get that shit going. Let's get post-scarcity going. We can do it. It's not complicated. Oh, did I miss one?
The Prims.
Yeah, fuck the Prims.
Give me a second. I need to heat up some buns so I can make some.
Is that a euphemism?
No.
Buns are we heating up?
You do, Sue.
Yeah, I just got to heat up some buns to have put butter on it and then have myself something to eat.
There you go.
Honestly, all I gotta say, I already said it to Sue earlier, but for all these people that are trying to pretend like the shit that didn't happen, the shit that did happen is not genocide. I'm lighting up some prayers for y'all tonight. I'm lighting up prayers for y'all every night.
Well, if you want the spicy take that always gets them, is just hit them with the Central and South American genocide that we're committing on our borders every day. It's genocide.
I mean,
they hate that one.
Too.
The indigenous
no,
one, they have trouble
never,
arguing. They won't bait that one.
I will never say that there's not genocide happening on the southern borders, but at the same time, there's literally genocide happening within our borders too. Every single day.
I mean, it's happening with
every single day.
The southern border is actually happening in our border. We bring them in to genocide them. So it's a lovely little housewarming gift. Come on in.
We love it. We love it.
But Dancing Circle, abolish work. All for it. All for it. Presidents be collecting war crimes like it's a competition. Barbecue. Yes, exactly. That is my feeling on that matter. Butcher each other with civility. It's Geneva Convention freaks me the fuck out. It really does. Let's see. Yeah, funner. Yeah, the potato famine. That was just shitty British colonialism. Can't follow the Constitution. Why expect him to obey the Geneva Convention? Oof, Rambo. Okay, thank you. Still all new to me. The closest thing I've seen of a war was the latest protest that I watched from my bedroom window. Very far from war, my son. Very far from war. Yeah. Like, not even the same world. I know aesthetically it may seem similar, but it is very
That's
different.
the power of aesthetics, though.
Yeah. Rabbit's favorite requirement of the Geneva Convention: nations must intervene in cases of. I know this one. It must intervene in cases of genocide, but are not required to intervene for individual acts of genocide because those are somehow magically separated.
Mm-hmm.
But
how? I wonder how.
Then you can figure out who I figured out to be the real bad guys in the Reagan. Okay. Yes, exactly. It's an attempt to gentrify war, which is creepy as fuck.
The age keeps going up. Well, as a 31 to 42-year-old, it's still scary. I love it.
Yep, exactly. I'm just gonna go with Shala. Sorry, I'm gonna shorten your name. But that is, yeah, why every political system, they have secret services and other like militia groups to do the dirty work for them. And they always outsource that sort of stuff. We capitalized it. Fucking Blackwater, Z, PMCs, private military contractors, Mercs.
They're so good at their jobs too.
Once upon a time,
so good at their jobs.
mercenary was a bad word. I remember that. I remember when mercenary was a bad word.
But honestly, Kai, one of the things that like, I don't know if it's like, one of the things that like that's been really interesting in the last like 12 years has not only been like the like claiming of mercenary is like not a bad word, but also within like the media that has been created, like TV shows and stuff. The like, has anybody else seen that show that was on? I don't remember the exact like TV channel that it was on, but it was like about this character who was like a spy, essentially a mercenary. Oh my god. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Nope. Because you've just
Not
narrowed
the
it down to
18.
like a couple of dozen shows probably.
Well, so it doesn't even, in that case, it doesn't even matter like what show it was. But I feel like in the last 15 years, especially in the aftermath and the current
Burn Notice
situation,
was suggested.
Burn Notice. Yes, Burn Notice. That's what I'm thinking about specifically. But there's so many other TV shows that fit that same bill.
It's almost like
we
there's a
all
system of
remember
propaganda.
The moments, like we all remember the height of the, the fight against the Iraq War. But at the same time, we can all point out the media response to the fight against the Iraq War, this creation of the compassionate mercenary. I don't know.
Well, every single one of our like Hollywood big budget stuff, whether it be TV or movies, utilizes the same hero's journey format. It's the monomyth, but then the main character is often this sort of badass mercenary, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the monomyth is the story of Jesus. It's a tale of redemption, right? And so it's essentially, it gets you to empathize with the character utilizing that format. And if you utilize it successfully, you'd be amazed the sort of characters you can get the audience to relate to.
That's the thing, and that's like one of the things I point out. And I know that there's so many shows that utilize that tactic, but I feel like Burn Notice and the shows that also fit in within the within the niche of Burn Notice like really fulfill, and that like, and I would also claim like Law and Order, any show that is within the Law and Order universe also fills in the same gap. You know, with Burn Notice, it's more so mercenaries and spies, and with Law and Order, it's the police. But it's pretty much creating this whole universe where mercenaries and the police operate for the sake of justice, knowingly. But when we all know that that's not the reality, we know that's not the reality.
I'm just pulling top 100 spy and espionage TV shows. Condor, 24, Berlin Station,
Yep.
Deep State, Counter-Strike, MI5, The Player, Mission Impossible, The Americans, La Femme Nikita, The West Wing, Madam Secretary, Designated Survivor, Mossad 101, The Professionals, FBI, SEAL Team, Sleeper Cell, Homeland, Treadstone, The Equalizer, Chuck. There's a comedy one, Taken, Strike.
And how many of those were for settler colonial projects? Like, because I hear the words Mossad, I hear the words that like talk about like the American settler colonial project. Like, that's.
The X-Files.
I'm not going to talk about the X-Files. I'm not going to talk about the X-Files.
It's
because
one of
that
them as
is-
well.
You know, it is, but we don't want to talk about that yet.
It is-
Because if we're going to talk about it, we have to talk about the whole series. And it is very anti-American.
Yes, yes, that's a take.
It is a take, because you have to take in the whole series, especially like I'm gonna talk about more so like we're gonna ignore
The fact
new
that
series.
the fact
We're
that
gonna
they're
ignore the new
agents
series.
for the Federal Bureau of Investigations, and the entire
No,
thing is
just-
a
no,
glorification of the state
listen, just
apparatus. And
Listen, so we're gonna ignore the new series for the X-Files. Let's talk about the last season. They literally were on a kill list from the United States.
but they proved themselves worthwhile agents and managed to get
No,
off
they
that
didn't.
one.
Not in the last series. Before the new series, in the last season, they were on a kill list. Like, they were running away from the state. They were my kings and my queens.
And yet and see, this is the thing. This is you've internalized your system of oppression.
I know. Just let me have this one thing,
Nope.
Kai. Just let me
Nope.
have this one thing.
Nope.
Just let me have this one thing. Because literally,
Okay.
Scully is how I realized I was queer. Just let me have this one thing.
All right. So, Moomin, I would watch that as well. Tech Funk, the Volk or the Nazi Germany of Nazi Germany is a small community template that breeds fascism and psychosexual trauma. Another important element I've yet heard mentioned in this enjoyable conversation is the Institute of Religion. Oh, we already hit on them. Very anti-communist,
Yeah, you missed that.
anti-LGBTQ. Depending on what circles you run in, there are hardcore Christian communists.
I'm one of them.
That is a thing. There is a contingent. And have been for many, many years. There's an argument to be made that also not communist, but there's an argument to be made that St. Francis of Assisi is sort of a proto-anarchist.
There's also an argument to be made that he was a proto-communist, but
Yes.
we'll have that conversation another time.
I will be sure to bring up X-Files first to shake you off your game, and then we'll go into it.
Amazing.
X-Files is
That's dirty,
X-Files
guy.
for me.
You
X-Files
really
is
need-
such an important part of my coming to terms with being queer.
You really need to remember that you do not drop anything that Kai can use in a debate against you.
Well, no, I'm not saying that.
It's okay.
If Kai were to use that wouldn't shake me.
Oh no, I'd
'Cause
wait.
You know what I would do instantly? You know what I would do instantly? I would just say yeah. I would just admit it. I would just own it. I'm not gonna be ashamed of it.
Renbo, I know this is wrong, but my dad says, and this is a terrible take, Renbo. You should know this about your parents. Just know this. This is a horrible take.
What is Rainbow saying?
War is a necessary evil. It helps keep the population down.
That's genocidal.
Well, it's definitely
Oh,
anti-human.
that's a really genocidal.
Very
take.
nihilistic
Like,
too. I mean,
No, I wouldn't even claim that's just
That's
genocidal.
a very poor argument.
That's just
well,
just really genocidal.
it's without being directed at a particular group, it doesn't meet the
It
qualification.
doesn't have to be directed at a particular group because it usually gets directed at particular groups, even if you don't make that direction.
Well, but we made the distinction between war and genocide. I mean, I can't speak for his father. I mean, that's the thing. We can't put words in some random construct's mouth.
I'm sure we can make assumptions, though.
There's a problem.
Makes it outside of you and me now. Come on, girl.
Yep.
I don't want to make assumptions, but I have to admit it.
Let's see.
Hey, Kai,
Yes, Sue.
have you seen Trump's new address lately?
Ooh.
Did he move out of the White House? Oh, you mean a speech?
No. Yeah, his speech.
No, I have not. Not that I'm aware, at least.
Oh, you gotta check it out, bro. You're gonna love it.
All right. Shoot it somewhere. Drop it in shared content or something. Where are you?
Let me see if I can find it.
Shala said a lot of mercenary related fiction somehow depict them as war dogs that become human through their twisted reality. In the real world, they're mostly professional warmonger killers that are just unrelated to states directly. And then Kaiser just put in all capitals, Mossad.
True.
Let's see.
Read Agents. It's for all of us, really, but I was trying to get an understanding of their question.
And RV timed out unapologetically awesome for 600 seconds. I just see that. Let's see. Okay, yeah, cigar. I was just trying to figure that out. I make time. Oh, and Moomin wanted to say fuck off. The lizard guy in the new season was amazing. It's an X-Files thing, I guess. Do I know
Which wizard guy? Please clarify further because I've only gotten through the first 3 episodes because it's taken me a while.
No, it wasn't Moomin. Moomin, feel free to respond. Kai, do I know who Robert Evans is? Of producer fame, Robert Evans? Robert Evans has some of the most amazing stories ever. No. That wasn't your bad, RV. I was just catching up to it. By all means.
Like Robert Evans from Behind the Bastards?
No, different Robert Evans. I mean, it could be that one. But I mean, there's Robert Evans who produced The Godfather and Chinatown. He's the de facto default Robert Evans. No, RV, you were fine. Well within your realm. Don't even, you do you. That's why you're there. Eco-fascism go burr, says Maya.
Amazing.
Oh yeah, you didn't have to do that, RV. I wasn't. I'm very. You can ask Kat. I'm pretty hands off with my mods. The few times I've overturned shit that the mod team has done on this channel, I always regret it. So it's 100%. It has been 100%. The few times I have stepped in and been like,
You're so charitable.
Oh, let's remove that ban or let's remove that timeout. Inevitably, I come to just like, oh, what was I doing? I just, yeah. So if you feel you need to time someone out or you need to ban someone, whatever.
At Genocidal Moomin, the last episode that I saw of the new season, because I've literally been like waiting to watch it for the last 5 years. The last episode that I watched was the one that actually was in Philadelphia. That was about they were pushing homeless people out of their housing. That's the last one I've watched because it's taken me a while to get to the new season because I was already traumatized by the last season of The X-Files. As someone who so much of my formative years were formed by The X-Files. So thank you for telling me that it's going to be worse. I'm glad that I'm prepared for it now.
You advocate for death en masse for the good of all, yet think eugenics is horrid because it kills for the good of all, mainly that it kills on a collective idea of society. This makes no sense either. Unapologetically, are you speaking to me or someone in chat? Because I'd love to know where in this stream I've advocated for the death en masse of people. Because,
Yeah,
I mean...
don't-
You know, I don't transcribe a whole lot of this to long-term memory. This is very much flow of consciousness stuff for me when I'm streaming. But I'm pretty sure I'd recall making a declarative statement about how we need to, like, be killing millions or billions of people.
Yeah, as an extension of your collective consciousness, Kai, only a short one, but I've never heard you say that.
Yeah, I'm pretty I'm pretty consistent in that area, but hey, what do I know, right? I'm just a dude. Thank you for the follow, the All Spork.
So I posted it. Oh, sorry, bro.
And thank you for the follow, Angry Madden. Yes, Sue, I've got it queued up. We're gonna swap over here in a minute or two, and we're gonna watch it together. Derp wanted me to react as well, so
Okay.
yeah, we will do that. And Ace, I just caught up. Why was I getting a shoe thrown at me?
Wait, what?
Oh my
Literally,
God, like
you
George Bush?
woman, shush. You read something. I told you, go ahead and read the next one, even though it said to me. I asked them for clarification. It was for all of us.
Oh, okay.
It was from Ancient.
God bless you, Ace.
That's why I said I'm gonna throw a shoe at you because you passed it up. I was like, this bastard.
Dude, trying to keep up with chat. What are you gonna do?
Listen, at least we
I
got
know.
excuses. This ain't our stream. Like, it's his.
All right. Oh, that's not how I do that.
Wait, somebody's telling me that I should get a Pennsylvania Secret Service ID badge? Okay. I'd love that. Does it work?
Shala saying, we've been doing the exact opposite for half an hour. Like, I don't recall that happening. So apparently, Ace, you seem to have been involved on with Ancient's ethnic theory opinion. Can you
Wait, what?
can you catch me up with that?
Wait, ethnic theory?
They asked if ethnics was a topic that could be discussed. And so I asked them, what do you mean? They gave me a simple explanation. I told them I don't think the terminology before. Could you explain it to me? And that's when they posted the question that I asked you to go ahead and stop on, which, you know, we already had that conversation. So I was waiting for you guys, because to be honest, I have my opinions on anything with the EU refugee crisis. So I'm not trying to throw my opinions on something that I don't know the actual topic.
Okay, so I found it. There's this theory that the EU refugee crisis is a part of replacing the native white European population via interracial sex. So white replacement theory. He literally, they literally say I don't agree with this. Yeah, it's white replacement theory. While also replacing European culture, language, heritage, etc. Do you guys have a take on this? I'm genuinely interested.
I have a take.
Yeah, we heard your take right out of the gate.
No, the take that I'll give is that there's a lot more to European identity than white European identity. Like the Sami people, for instance.
Can we point
Like,
out
there
that
are
white doesn't exist again?
Once again. But also, like, there are indigenous people in Europe that are completely overlooked in these conversations. Like, for instance, the Sami people, like, that's, and also, like, the Roma people, like, yeah.
Wait, are Romas white?
They're not white.
No.
I was like,
And
wait, what?
neither are Sami white. Like, the Sami
Okay.
aren't white either.
I mean, neither are Portuguese or Spanish or Italian. I mean,
Nobody's white. Well, if we're gonna go down that road, nobody's white.
I mean, that's
because
the thing.
whiteness doesn't exist.
They don't
because
even.
whiteness doesn't exist. Whiteness isn't
Well,
real.
I mean, not even
whiteness,
to be white.
Whiteness is a made-up concept.
Well, I mean, not even social construct territory. Like, if I took somebody from the Basque region of Spain and dropped them in, like, Alabama and said, are they
no,
white?
But that really that goes down like the fucking social construct.
Yeah.
thing, because it goes
It
down
do.
like the like ethnic identity, but not just the ethnic like shit. It honestly goes down like the God. If I'm back in Louisiana, like here in Philly, like where I live currently, like I live on the East Coast. If I get into an Uber, I consistently am told, "Oh, are you white or not? Am I white?" They're like, "Oh, are you mixed?"
Who's
And every
saying
time,
this?
like,
Who is
yeah,
apropos
like,
of
I am.
nothing?
Like, yeah, every time I'm like, always I am. You're like, yeah.
I have
But,
never started a conversation. Hey, just out of curiosity, like, what color were your parents that that they fucked?
Yeah, no, exactly. That's honestly the conversation. And it's the same shit in Louisiana. But like for most people on the Northeast, I pass as white. But like in the South Louisiana, I don't pass as white because of certain aspects. It all really depends on where you're at. This shit's made up. It's made up.
My take on all of that conversation about all that fucking bullshit was my birth.
What? So I didn't hear shit. What
Was
you
his
said.
birth?
Burp.
Oh, burp.
Burp?
Sorry.
I burped.
Burst?
Burped.
You busted?
Okay. Okay, so it was the Behind the Bastards host. All right, so he's the secondary Robert Evans, not the first. The primary Robert Evans is the
What the fuck is Robert Evans?
studio executive. There's two of them. There's one, he was the producer for The Godfather and Chinatown and a whole host of like epic fucking like Hollywood classic stuff, right? And he tells amazing stories. He has lived a life the likes of which like only somebody like Hugh Hefner can keep up with, like as far as storytelling goes, that you're like, holy shit.
I'm glad Hugh Hefner's dead.
You were involved with levels of debauchery, the likes of which very few human beings outside of a Roman emperor get up to. And so, yeah, Robert Evans, the primary one, is a studio executive and producer in Hollywood. And then there's the podcaster behind the Bastards, Robert Evans.
Can I ask if RV could, like, every time this unapologetically guy starts spitting out lies and false information, that we just time him out for a while?
You're always trying to do this shit, Sue. You're always trying to do this shit.
Yeah, we want friction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, according to Unapologetically Awesome, white and European are the same. Roma and Sami are related to whites. Whites are actually a genetic group. To my knowledge,
my
the
God,
descendants of the
no.
Indo-Europeans.
Whoa,
Why
whoa,
deny something with evidence
whoa,
from anthropology?
No, everybody shut the fuck up.
Oh,
Because
damn.
if we're trying to get into like genetic shit, if you motherfuckers are trying to get in genetic shit, then I don't believe in the genetic shit, because I believe that a majority of like what is considered ethnic groups is considered through like culture, which is correct. And y'all need to shut the fuck up. But like, if we're gonna go down the fucking like genetic shit, Sami isn't considered white. Like, shut the fuck up. They are a completely different like group. Like, and that's not a hot take. That is literally not a hot take. They are an indigenous group. They are an indigenous group to Europe that have a completely different genetic makeup. Like, that's not a hot take.
Oops, I didn't do that one. Oh. All right.
All I can say was, after reading that shit, I'm just like, yo, dude, you're like spitting bullshit lies that have no actual foundation.
And also, genetics doesn't, like, genetics doesn't really. Oh my god, you can explain this better than I can, Sue. But like, genetics doesn't necessarily mean indigeneity. Like, I don't have the
Well,
words
I
for
mean,
it.
technically, we're all black people.
We're all from Africa, yeah. But
That's
like,
right. We're all from Africa. So just get over it. You are not the white supreme lords
like,
of the world.
talking
You are
about
from
like,
Africa.
but like when like the same conversation we had about blood quantum the other night, like.
Yeah.
Genetics doesn't genetics does not necessitate like indigenous identity.
Who gives a
but
fuck?
for, like,
People, it's
Sami
one
people-
single planet. We're riding around on a biological spaceship, whizzing through the fucking cosmos
God.
for
All I
no
gotta
reason
say is that,
apparent.
there are Sami people that are like
Get
there
over
are Sami
yourselves.
people that like do have a genetic separation from fucking like what is considered white at this point. You know what is considered white, and I'm saying that very specifically. But even at that point, they're like Sami does not mean that you have to be a specific genetic fucking identity. Jesus Christ, y'all are so dense.
Wait.
Less ad
Ancient
hominems.
88, ancient. I have to tell you, dude. Sorry, Celtics were completely wiped out by English.
That's a hot take.
Sorry, dude.
Realities, we're all mixed mutts.
But
we're not
also-
pure.
Thank
Why are we
It
having
doesn't
this
matter
conversation?
if they like. That's the thing, though. Like Sue, that's the thing is that it doesn't matter if their like genetic identity was like quote unquote wiped out, because the cultural identity still exists, which means that this shit still exists outside of fucking genetics, and that's what pisses them off. Like,
No, psychologically speaking, the person who keeps bringing this up, and I'm not talking about Ancient. Ancient is trying to ask legitimate questions, just wants opinions from the other side of the quote unquote.
oh, I'm
political
not even
spectrum.
seeing the chat. I'm
But
going-
the person who keeps bringing up the quote race on everything, psychologically speaking, is more than likely a white male and does have a complex because he feels that it is being shoved in his face or her face, whatever the case may be, is being
Y'all
shoved
are
in
bringing
their
this shit
face
up.
that they're literally, quote unquote, they're privileged and this, that, and the other. And this hatred is being spewed out in this chat because it's a great place for them to vent. So let's just stop acknowledging their racist related marks and just keep it pushing. What's this video we're supposed to be watching, Kai? I'm curious.
God, I
Wait,
love
what's
you.
Kai putting on?
I get you, bro.
I love you, Ace.
Wait, what video are we talking about?
I always have, I always will.
Oh, the Trump video. Let's watch
Oh, that thing.
Oh, y'all got to check it out.
Couple of
I'm
people,
so ready.
couple of
We can
people
hear it.
wanted me to react, so I will react.
Are we playing it so that we can hear it here too?
My system is completely inclusive, so whatever happens on my mixing board will come over to you guys.
Nice.
I'm so ready. Oh, he looks like such a. Oh, wow.
Is the
his
he looking
face-
less orange these days?
Oh, that's just the lighting, sweetie. He's looking a certain way. He's looking a certain way.
He is looking a certain way.
That's what my grandma would say.
Put him on 2x speed, by the way. I don't want to listen to him any longer than I have to.
I hate the 2x
Oh,
speed.
sweetie, I'll listen to him as long as I have to. It keeps me alive.
Fellow Americans, I want to speak to you tonight about the troubling events of the past week. As I have said, the incursion of the U.S. Capitol struck at the very heart of our republic. It angered and appalled millions of Americans across the political spectrum. I want to be very clear. I unequivocally condemn the violence that we saw last week. Violence and vandalism have absolutely no place in our country and no place in our movement. Making America great again has always been about defending the rule of law, supporting the men and women of law enforcement, and upholding our nation's most sacred traditions and values.
Does anybody have any reactions from the QAnon, like, Twitter gab sphere on this video? Because I'm gonna...
No, you got to really watch it. No,
I know, but I want, like, if anybody's got those queued up, I'd love to see, like, how they denounce this or call it a deep fake or fucking something.
I thought
Mob
QAnon
violence
dropped them a few days ago, actually, before this video.
goes against everything I believe in and everything our movement stands for. No true supporter of mine could ever endorse political violence. No true supporter of mine could ever disrespect law enforcement or our great American flag. No true supporter of mine could ever threaten or harass their fellow Americans. If you do any of these things, you are not supporting our movement, you are attacking it, and you are attacking our country. We cannot tolerate it. Tragically, over the course of the past year, made so difficult because of COVID-19, we have seen political violence spiral out of control. We have seen too many riots, too many mobs, too many acts of intimidation and destruction. It must stop. Whether you are on the right or on the left, a Democrat or a Republican,
Why does he keep
there
fucking
is
tilting
never
back and forth?
justification for violence. No excuses, no exceptions. America is a nation of laws. Those who engaged in the attacks last week will be brought to justice. Now I am asking everyone who has ever believed in our agenda to be thinking of ways to ease tensions, calm tempers, and help to promote peace in our country. There has been reporting that additional demonstrations are being planned in the coming days, both here in Washington and across the country. I have been briefed by the U.S. Secret Service on the potential threats. Every American deserves to have their voice heard in a respectful and peaceful way. That is your First Amendment right. But I cannot emphasize that there must be no violence, no law breaking, and no vandalism of any kind. Everyone must follow our laws and obey the instructions of law enforcement. I have directed federal agencies to use all necessary resources to maintain order. In Washington, D.C., we are bringing in thousands of National Guard members.
Holy shit.
Secure. I have directed and obey no vandalism. There must be no amendment right. But I cannot emphasize that there must be no violence.
I cannot emphasize that there must be no violence.
Nice catch. It completely fucking flew over my head.
It's
just-
Squid. Squid pointed it out. Squid fucking
I
said
can't.
my favorite part is coming up, and this is it.
That is a heavy Freudian slip.
I cannot emphasize that there must be no violence.
No law
Oh.
What a
laws,
king.
federal
What a
agencies
king.
to use all necessary resources to maintain order. In Washington, D.C., we are bringing in thousands of National Guard members to secure the city and ensure that a transition can occur safely and without incident. Like all of you, I was shocked.
Ancient, thank you for stopping by, I suppose. Thanks for providing friction in chat. It's always useful to a degree or another. I hope you're as well as you can be. Take care of yourself. And apparently you'll be back with more questions some other time. So I shall see you another time.
And deeply saddened by the calamity at the Capitol last week. I
Capitol
want to thank
calamity.
the hundreds
I like
of
it.
millions of incredible
Yep.
American citizens who have responded to this moment with calm, moderation, and grace. We will get through this challenge just like we always do. I also want to say a few words about the unprecedented assault on free speech we have seen in recent days.
God damn it.
These are tense
God, here
and
we go.
difficult times. The efforts to censor, cancel, and blacklist our fellow citizens are wrong, and they are dangerous. What is needed now is for us to listen to one another, not to silence one another. All of us can choose by our actions to rise above the rancor and find common ground and shared purpose. We must focus on advancing the interests of the whole nation, delivering the miracle vaccines, defeating the pandemic, rebuilding the economy, protecting our national security, and upholding the rule of law. Today, I am calling on all Americans to overcome the passions of the moment and join together as one American people. Let us choose to move forward united for the good of our families, our communities, and our country. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
It's like a fucking tick that politicians all develop. Fucking
Yeah.
God bless you and God bless America. 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 Like none of them can finish a statement without like just spewing that out. I don't know. Fucking it was. I mean, speech Trump is always different than off script Trump, right? Like scripted Trump is just a thing, right? Like, but off script Trump is hilarious, hilariously bad. Thank you for the follow, Ancient. Love the Freudian slip. That was brilliant. I'm sure it was in the script that, you know, I cannot emphasize this enough, you know, that sort of thing. But it's completely mangled that one. And yeah, he couldn't finish the speech without bitching about Twitter. He just couldn't.
Yeah. It's like, fuck. What even say to that, you know?
Well, what I say to that is when we have chuds and those kinds coming in doing their, you know, Trump is their god, play them that. And especially the part where Trump is throwing them underneath the bus.
I don't think they'll care, though. That's, yeah.
That probably won't shake them.
Yeah.
He has to say that. He has to say that because behind the scenes, what he's actually doing, 12D chess. 12D chess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I it's like any Trump's like scripted speech. It's really kind of boring, but I mean, I enjoy the fact that like, do we have a reaction from his crew on this one? Do we have like, you know, any Gab users or anything like that? That like, you know, what is this? How have they contextualized this for themselves?
I can't say this from like I cannot offer receipts, but I can say from like what I've seen from extended family members. They're really just interpreting this as like Trump kind of covering his ass in order to cover their ass, if that makes any sense.
That's what it's what I figured.
Trump is like it's like what you were talking about earlier. Like Trump is playing like 3D chess.
Yeah.
And he's still speaking to them through the like waves of the internet, I guess. I don't know. Like Trump is still trying to like speak to them about insurrection, all this shit, while pretty much saying covering himself from any sort of charges. But yeah, I really don't know because there's only like 2 members of my family that are like Trumpies, and like this QAnon shit, which I'm very lucky to say so.
Kaiser, are you around? Because I see what you dropped in Pirate Radio on the Discord server, and dude, Third World by Immortal Technique. He's a bit of a conspiracy head. He gets weird sometimes, but dude, there's some very salient points made in a few of his albums. I dig Third World by Immortal. All right, we are we're past 5 hours now, so I'm gonna call it at this point. I am going to. I'm gonna raid over to Silly. Curio has 11. Silly has 6.
Okay.
So I'm going to raid out to Silly Serious.
We're raiding so early.
It's 5 at like 5 hours and 10 minutes into the stream.
I know, I'm just joking. I'm
All right.
joking.
Let me get back to my stream manager. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, Sue.
That reminds me. When the conversation starts going about shilling for you, feel free to drop my GoFundMe link.
Oh, I don't have it though. You need to provide it.
Okay, hold
on. Yeah.
Do you want it in a PM?
Just drop it. Fuck it. Just drop it in shared content. Who cares?
Okay.
Oh shit. Oh Jesus Christ. We weren't even talking about you while you were fucking. I don't even know what your deal is anymore.
Who's that?
All I gotta say is it's not our protective bubble, and you're not hurting our feelings. And please stop playing the "woe is me, I'm a victim" card.
Yeah. It takes so much to actually trigger us. I don't even see what's going on in the chat. That's all I'm gonna say.
You're not even capable of triggering me unapologetic. You don't know what it would take to trigger me. Like I know.
Literally, I am so traumatized as a person that it would take so much to actually trigger me.
Thank you, Squid.
You wanted in shared.
Yeah.
You wanted in shared content, right?
Yeah. Just drop it in shared. There's like 3 people on stream right now that know. Like I've got maybe 2 things that trigger me. Maybe 2.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, there's one that everyone knows. And there is Sue's GoFundMe. And there is Sue's channel. No, Squee. Actually, you triggered me, Trey. I was barely there for that
Who
one.
triggered me, Trey?
Squee. Thank you. Thank you for the cheer, Squid. He said, Squid. I'm sorry. Squid said, "Wait, we're chilling for Kai." Oh shit! I thought it was meant to be simping. Thank you, Squid. And so we are going to raid over to Silly Serious. Cat, are you? Hang on. Are we Cat? Hey, thank you, girly. Cat, are you streaming anytime soon? Like, is that a thing that you're doing? Should we be plugging Cat's channel as well? This motherfucker right here.
I'm trying to get the whole entire setup and squeeze, like, actual computer desk.
Okay.
A mic.
Welcome back, Cat.
Hello. What did I miss?
You missed me literally asking you, should we be plugging your channel? Are you going to be streaming anytime soon?
If y'all want me to, I'm down.
So I just dropped you into chat, so people fucking know.
Fucking cold, dude. Give me a second. Getting all nice and snuggly.
Well, we're gonna raid over to.
You're getting all nice and snuggly. I'm getting on my weighted blanket.
We're gonna go raid over to Silly Serious. She has 4 people watching her play. I don't know what the fuck she was playing. I think Untitled Goose Game. Yeah, she's playing Untitled Goose Game.
Oh,
I love that game.
If you're unfamiliar with Silly Serious, her name is Jo. I'm gonna just read her description for you guys. She's a PhD candidate who researches cognitive linguistics, gender theory, and political philosophy. So have fun, but we're going to kick off that raid. As usual, kaisthings.com, kaisthings.com. You can catch all my shit there. VODs, podcast, essays, photography, old Fate sessions, the whole fucking 9 yards. And Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific, Tuesday, Thursday, 11:30 p.m. Pacific. So tomorrow is the night show. So overseas crowd, that sort of thing. But as always, I hope you guys are as well as you can be. And thank you all of my guests, Ace, Cat, Peach, and Skeptic, for Sue. I don't know how the fuck I skipped right over your name, Sue.
I don't know either.
Racism.
Like I literally went down the list. No, it's ageism.
There you go.
Yeah.
Shit. That's elder.
Elderism.
But thank you all for being on the panel. And I will catch the rest of you tomorrow.
Bye, Squid. Wait, we forgot Squid.
Oh.
All right.
Yep. Oh, Squid was on. Yes, Squid was as
Squid
well.
was on.
And Tibidine Squid. Sorry if I choose Squid. Let's all go join Silly Serious and check out what she's doing.
Yes. Are we doing this?